ακροατές που συμμετέχετε διαδικτυακά, θέλω να σας καλωσορίσω στο Συμπόσιο Αρχιτεκτονικής στην Τίνο, μεταξύ τοπίου και αρχιτεκτονικής, ένα ανθεκτικό και βιώσιμο μέλλον. Το συμπόσιο διεξάγεται σε ένα μαγικό χώρο, το Δημοτικό Ίδρυμα Μουσείου Κώστα Τσόκλη, που ευγενικά μας παραχώρησε την καινούργια αίθουσά του, έργο του αρχιτέκτονα Μάνου Περάκη, η οποία στεγάζει τα έργα του μοναδικού Κώστα Τσόκλη. Κύριε Τσόκλη και κύριε Περάκη, αν μας ακούει, σας ευχαριστούμε ειλικρινά και θέλω να σας διαβεβαιώσω ότι η δύναμη της τέχνης σας και το μεράκι σας είναι πηγή έμπνευσης για μας. Επιτρέψτε μου όμως να σας συστηθώ. Ονομάζομαι Πρασίνη Αναστασία και στα αγγλικά Green. I am Miss Green. Και μαζί με τους καθηγητές, τον κύριο Έσοβο και τον κύριο Βίλαρη, επιμεληθήκαμε τη διοργάνωση του συμποσίου. Το συμπόσιό μας που ξεκινά σήμερα δεν θα ήταν εφικτό αν εκτός από το μουσείο δεν είχαμε τη θερμή υποστήριξη του Υπουργείου Ναυτιλίας και Νησιωτικής Πολιτικής, το οποίο ευχαριστούμε ειλικρινά. Επίσης, θέλω να ευχαριστήσω ιδιαίτερα τους φορείς που υποστηρίζουν το συμπόσιο. Το Ίδρυμα Μιχελή, το Ελληνικό Ινστιτούτο Αρχιτεκτονικής και βέβαια τους ιδιώτες χορηγούς μας, τον Όμιλο Γεκτέρνα, το Μουσείο Τσόκλη, την ασφαλιστική εταιρεία Eurolife, το νομικό γραφείο Μαρίνος Πετρούλιας Partners και τον σύμβουλο CNC Designer Lab και το Infinity View και τον Ντόμα. Επίσης, ένα μεγάλο ευχαριστώ στην τοπική κοινωνία της Τίνου που μας στηρίζει, το ξενοδοχείο Infinity View, το Artia and Partners, το Σύλλογο Μπατίκη, το Τίνος Tours και το Halaris Group. Και προσωπικά την κυρία Κωνσταντίνα Αγγελοπούλου του Πανεπιστημίου Πατρών για τη γραμματιακή της υποστήριξη και την κυρία Μαρίνα Τσούλου, διευθύντρια από το Ίδρυμα Μιχελή. Το συμπόσιο εγκαινιάζει όχι μόνο την καινούργια αίθουσα του μουσείου, αλλά και μία διεθνή συνεργασία των σχολών αρχιτεκτονικής του Πανεπιστημίου Πατρών και του Πανεπιστημίου του Ρέτζιο Καλάμπρια, τα οποία επέλεξαν να συγκεντρώσουν διακεκριμένους επιστήμονες σε ένα μικρό νησί, την Τίνο. Φιλοδοξία μας, μέσα από το διήμερο πρόγραμμα συζητήσεων του συμποσίου, είναι να αναδείξουμε λύσεις και προτάσεις για την αντιμετώπιση των προκλήσεων που καλούμαστε οι αρχιτέκτονες να αντιμετωπίσουμε σε έναν κόσμο που μεταβάλλεται με μεγάλη ταχύτητα. Καθημερινά διαπιστώνουμε ότι παλιότεροι μηχανισμοί αντιμετώπισης των προβλημάτων αποτυγχάνουν και τη θέση τους πρέπει να πάρουν αποτελεσματικές αποφάσεις και συμπεριφορές. Φιλοδοξία λοιπόν του συμποσίου είναι να συμβάλλουμε σε αυτή την κατεύθυνση και να εμπλουτίσουμε το δημόσιο διάλογο με νέες προσεγγίσεις και προβληματισμούς. Νομίζω ότι όλοι καταλαβαίνετε ότι η επιλογή της Τίνου και των Κυκλάδων δεν είναι τυχαία, καθώς η μοναδική αισθητική αξία του τοπίου της Τίνου μας προσφέρει ένα ζωντανό παράδειγμά του, γιατί η προστασία και η ανάδειξη του ιδιαίτερου πολιτιστικού, φυσικού, ανθρωπογενούς περιβάλλοντος μας συνδέει όλους. Και είναι υποχρέωσή μας να βελτιώσουμε όχι μόνο την πραγματική ποιότητα της ζωής των συμπολιτών μας, αλλά και να κληροδοτήσουμε στις επόμενες γενιές ένα τοπίο και έναν πολιτισμό αντάξει αυτών που μας παραδόθηκαν. Το λόγο θα δώσω στον κύριο Τσόκλη να μας μιλήσει και για το έργο του. Κύριε Τσόκλη.
Ευχαριστώ. Δεν νομίζω πως είναι η ώρα να μιλήσω για το έργο μου. Αυτό που έχει σημασία είναι ότι βρίσκεστε εδώ και σας ευχαριστώ γιατί ζωντανεύετε το χώρο αυτόν που μια μέρα θα φιλοξενεί το σύνολο της παραγωγής μου. Θα ήθελα να μιλήσω στο τέλος αυτής της συγκέντρωσης, δηλαδή αφού ακούσω πρώτα τι έχετε πραγματικά να πείτε.
Ευχαριστώ.
Γιατί φοβάμαι ότι θα κάνουμε πάλι το λάθος να μιλήσουμε για το τοπίο και για την αρχιτεκτονική και θα ξεχάσουμε τον μεγάλο υπεύθυνο για όλα τα κακά που συμβαίνουν τόσο στη φύση όσο και στην διαμόρφωση της από τους αρχιτέκτονες, που είναι ο άνθρωπος. Εγώ ζώντας 35 χρόνια εδώ στην Τίνο, είδα σιγά σιγά μια αλλίωση μικρότερη στο τοπίο, περισσότερο στους ανθρώπους. Και αν οι άνθρωποι δεν καταλάβουν μερικά πράγματα, το τοπίο θα υποφέρει, αλλά έχει το προσόν ότι θα μπορούσαμε θαυμάσια να γκρεμίσουμε αυτά που χτίζουμε και να φτιάξουμε άλλα καλύτερα, κατά τον άνθρωπο τινιακό, τον άνθρωπο Έλληνα, τον άνθρωπο γενικά, ποιος θα τον γκρεμίσει και ποιος θα τον ξαναφτιάξει. Φοβάμαι τον άνθρωπο. Νομίζω αυτά θα σας πω προς το παρόν.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Κύριε Έσοπα, έχετε τον λόγο. Ναι, βεβαίως.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλημέρα σας. Εκπροσωπώντας τον Δήμαρχο Τίνου, κύριο Παναγιώτη Κροτηρά, σας μεταφέρω ένα σύντομο χαιρετισμό του. Με ιδιαίτερη χαρά σας υποδεχόμαστε στην Τίνο, στον Κάπο και στο φιλόξενο χώρο του Μουσείου Τσόκλη για τις εργασίες του Συμποσίου Αρχιτεκτονικής του Τοπίου, που διοργανώνεται από το Τμήμα Αρχιτεκτόνων του Πανεπιστημίου Πατρών και το Τμήμα Αρχιτεκτονικής του Τοπίου του Πανεπιστημίου του Ρέτζιο Καλάμπρια. Στο τινιακό χωριό, τα σπίτια είναι κτισμένα το ένα δίπλα στο άλλο για να κόβουν τον αέρα και να συνδέουν τους ανθρώπους. Ολόλευκα ακολουθούν τη λιτή, μινιμαλιστική και κλαδίτικη αισθητική και αντανακλούν τον αγνό διαφορετικό τρόπο ζωής. Αν και αυτοί οι οικισμοί δημιουργήθηκαν στους βυζαντινούς και μεσαιωνικούς χρόνους, με μια αυθαίρετη εκ των προτέρων προσέγγιση, μιας και δεν είμαι αρχιτέκτονας, θα έλεγα ότι πολλά από τα χαρακτηριστικά τους προσομοιάζουν με τα χαρακτηριστικά του κινήματος του Bauhaus της δεκαετίας του 20, όπως είναι η απλότητα, η λειτουργικότητα, η χρηστικότητα, με σχεδιασμό που δίνει έμφαση στις γεωμετρικές μορφές. Η θάλασσα ήταν και παραμένει φυσική οριοθέτηση του νησιού και ο χώρος που καταλαμβάνει καθορίστηκε από την αλληλεπίδραση μεταξύ κατοικημένου χώρου και φύσης. Η επιλογή της διεξαγωγής του συμποσίου στο νησί της Τίνου έχει συμβολική διάσταση, όπως αναφέρει και το δελτίο τύπου, και συνεχίζει, καθώς το αρχιπέλαγος του Αιγαίου που αποτελείται από στεριά και θάλασσα, σε συνεχή αλληλεπίδραση αποτελεί ένα υδρογεωτοπίο που υπόκειται σε συνεχή πίεση και μετασχηματισμό λόγω της ανθρώπινης δραστηριότητας. Έχετε απόλυτο δίκιο, κύριε Τσόκλη. Και γι' αυτό το λόγο αναμένουμε με μεγάλο ενδιαφέρον τα συμπεράσματα των εργασιών του συμποσίου. Κλείνοντας, θα ήθελα να εκφράσω τις θερμές μου ευχαριστίες στους Γιάννη Έσοπο, καθηγητή και πρόεδρο του Τμήματος Αρχιτεκτόνων του Πανεπιστημίου Πατρών, και Αλεσάνδρο Βίλαρη, καθηγητή του Τμήματος Αρχιτεκτονικής και Τοπίου του Πανεπιστημίου Ρέτζιο Καλάμπρια, για τη διεξαγωγή του Συμποσίου Αρχιτεκτονικής στην Τίνο, καθώς επίσης και τους υποστηρικτές του συμποσίου, όπως το Ίδρυμα Μιχελή και το Ελληνικό Ινστιτούτο Αρχιτεκτονικής. Καλές εργασίες. Ευχαριστώ.
Καλημέρα σε όλους. Είμαι ο Γιάννης Έσοπος, καθηγητής και πρόεδρος του Τμήμα Αρχιτεκτόνων του Πανεπιστημίου Πατρών, συνδιοργανωτές του συμποσίου αυτού, σήμερα και αύριο στην Τίνο. Επιτρέψτε μου τώρα να μιλήσω στα αγγλικά για να μας καταλαβαίνουν και οι υπόλοιποι συμμετέχοντες. Good morning and thank you all for being here in the beginning of this symposium. The choice of Tinos is not a random one. It has to do with the realization that the landscape, and especially the Greek landscape, and mostly the landscape of the islands, that we are here in Tinos, one of the Cyclades, is undergoing extreme pressures from tourism. Tourism is based on the beauty of the Greek landscape, and at the same time it destroys more and more every day the very product that it is, on which its development is based. So tourism is a danger and a blessing at the same time. It is interesting that very lately citizens groups and the state itself are actually calling for action, envisioning somehow the need, the absolute need for a resilient and sustainable landscape and sustainable future, which is the very theme that our symposium will deal with. So I would like to thank, as Anastasia already has done, the Municipal Museum of Kostas Choklis, which is our host, and Kostas Choklis, the celebrated artist, for having this vision and leaving this legacy to his own home place, Tinos, through this museum. I would also like to thank the mayor and the president of the city council for their support. Of course, the Ministry of Maritime Affairs for their very important sponsorship, and all the other sponsors that Anastasia Prassini has mentioned already in detail. I would like to thank my colleagues, which are all here, for accepting my invitation to take part in this symposium. I would like to thank Konstantina Gelopoulou from the University of Patras for running the entire project through the bureaucratic system. Of course, Valeria Mazaraki for accepting to coordinate this discussion. And finally, Alessandro Villari, my friend and colleague from the University of Reggio Calabria, whom together we have curated this symposium. And last but not least, Anastasia Prassini, whose tireless and continuous efforts for many months made this symposium possible. Be sure that without Anastasia, nothing would have been possible, and we would not be here today. So I wish everyone best success in the discussions, and I look forward to very fruitful discussions and conclusions. Thank you so much.
Το λόγο δίνουμε στον κύριο Βίλαρη.
Thank you. In the greetings. Okay. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Island of Tinos, a place where the beauty of landscape and architectural tradition come together in perfect harmony. On behalf of my Department of Architecture and Territory of Mediterranean University of Reggio Calabria, I extend my warmest greetings to all of you. It's a great honor to have co-organized this symposium in collaboration with Yannis Ezopos and his Department of Architecture of Patras University. The organization of this event dedicated a topic of crucial importance for our future. It was not an easy task, but we succeeded thanks to great determination and commitment. I would like to say a special thanks to Anastasia Prassini. She was the driving force behind this initiative, whose passion and perseverance guided all the organization phases, making this symposium possible. I would like to thank the sponsor, in particular the Greek authorities, who believed in this project and supported it. I would also like to thank the new European Bauhaus for its support, and I hope that my university will become an official partner of this initiative in the future. In addition, I want to say that it's a great honor to be here at the Kostas Choklis Museum. Thank you, Kostas. And my greetings is also for the director, Madame Koutsouraki, and Maya Choklis, for accepting us in these special places. The symposium represents the first experience here on Tinos, and we hope that it will become a recurring event, offering a platform to reflect on the relationship between architecture and landscape. From the first image I saw of Tinos Island, I was immediately captivated by the quality of its landscape, with its thousands of terraces climbing the hillsides, its rich religious and cultural history, and the remarkable pigeons house that serve as landmarks through the area. The island, with its rich history and evocative landscape, offers the ideal setting to discuss how human intervention can integrate harmoniously with nature. We are in the resource management require innovative and sustainable responses. In this context, the landscape is not just a place to contemplate, but a precious resource to our collective identity. And architecture, with its ability to transform space, plays a crucial role in defining the possibility of building a resilient and sustainable future. The theme we have chosen for this conference, Between Landscape and Architecture, Resilient and Sustainable Future, invite us to reflect on the delicate balance between planning land and conservation. We asked ourselves two main questions. The first one was how to balance architectural innovation with the need to preserve biodiversity and the cultural peculiarities of place. And the second one was how to imagine resilience that respect the identity of landscape and local communities. Over the next few days, our aim is to discuss how to share experience and to develop practical solutions that can transform our approach to design and inhabiting the environment. For sustainable landscape design to urban regeneration, through low-impact architectural solutions to the exploitation of natural and cultural resources. Each presentation will be a vital opportunity for dialogue and growth. Finally, I want to express my gratitude to all speakers, thank you, and participants who helped make this event possible. I'm certain that our discussion will lead to new ideas and approaches for a future in which architecture and landscape are not in conflict, but rather part of a creative and lasting synergy. I would like to conclude with three words: beautiful, sustainable, together, which is the slogan of the European Bauhaus, a vision the symposium fully shares. I thank you and wish you a productive symposium. Thank you.
Το λόγο θα δώσω στον κύριο Αναγνωστόπουλο, πρόεδρο του Ιδρύματος Μιχελή.
Καλημέρα και από μένα, από το Ίδρυμα Μιχελή. I will try to speak in English for the benefit of our international guests. I will be very brief and I'll say something different. I want to talk a bit about the history, why we came here, how we came here. The Michelis Foundation put together the first international conference on landscape, aesthetics and architecture about 35 years ago. In the mid-80s, together with the Pan-Hellenic Association of Landscape Architects, the International Federation of Landscape Architects, and at the time, all three institutions being led by the the first landscape architect in Greece, George Anagnostopoulos. That came in the middle of, or towards the end of the 20th century, following the rebuilding of Europe after the Great War, which was based on two primary objectives: housing and health. Europe needed to be rebuilt. Time for landscaping, time for environment, time for aesthetics did not exist. Actually, the words did not exist. Landscape architecture, as we all know, became a profession after the war. IFLA was set up in the late 1940s, early 1950s. When the 21st century came, then we realized that we need to rebuild again. Buildings are old, the cities are old, things need to happen, and we have the luxury now to, it was a luxury, now it's a need, to think about environment as part of the development as opposed to something that we developed despite of. So the European Commission came and guided Europe to say, okay guys, now that you're going to rebuild your houses and your cities, think about the environment, think about landscape, think about aesthetics, the art, think about not only about living, as we said in ancient Greek, zine, but living well, the F-zine. And this is what some people started talking about in the late 20th century. More and more people are talking about it now. Unfortunately, because of the climate change, it becomes a necessity. But we should not view it only as a necessity. We should view it something that we have the luxury to discuss of, especially in Europe and America, because as you know, there are cities being growing in Africa and other areas of the world the way we kept building them in Europe 60 or 70 years ago, and the environment is sustaining disastrous effects at that place. So we are, the Michaelis Foundation, entrenched in the concept of landscape architecture aesthetics. We're very happy to be here and to see you all. We're looking forward to hear everything that is going to be discussed, and we expect, we hope, and we expect that things will not come out just in theory, but what you will discuss and what you will come up with will be used in practice, especially to address the biggest issue that Kostas Tsoklis raised. It's not about us putting everything on paper, it's about the humans taking what we put on paper, what you put on paper, and acting on it. So I really hope you have a very successful conference, and I'm looking forward to hear your results. Thank you.
Το λόγο θα δώσουμε στην κυρία Ψάλτη, πρόεδρος μηχανικών της Τίνου, και το άρτια είναι η δική της.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Να είστε καλά. Καλημέρα και από μένα προς όλους. Θέλω να ευχαριστήσω καταρχήν τους διοργανωτές και τα δύο πανεπιστήμια και την κυρία Πρασίνη, καθώς και τους χορηγούς που έχουν βοηθήσει να γίνει αυτό το συμπόσιο στο νησί μας, το οποίο είναι πολύ σημαντικό. Είναι ένα συμπόσιο που μιλάει για τη βιωσιμότητα, ουσιαστικά, φέρνει τη βιωσιμότητα στο περιβάλλον και στο τοπίο. Ως πρόεδρος του Συλλόγου Μηχανικών, αλλά ως και πρόεδρος μιας ΚΙΝΣΕΠ που ονομάζεται το Μπατίκι και πραγματεύεται τη βιωσιμότητα και την εξέλιξη του νησιού μας, θέλω να πω ότι αυτό το συνέδριο είναι πιο επίκαιρο από ποτέ για την Τίνο. Θεωρώ ότι οι συνάδελφοί μου μηχανικοί, αλλά και οι υπόλοιποι κάτοικοι του νησιού, κρίνουν ότι θα έπρεπε να μιλήσουμε για το τοπίο εδώ και πάρα πολύ καιρό, παρότι φυσικά δεν έχουμε χάσει το χρόνο που δεν έχουμε περάσει από την κρίσιμη στιγμή. Το νησί μας, όπως και τα υπόλοιπα κυκλαδονήσια, βρίσκονται σε μια κρίσιμη καμπή της ιστορίας τους, αντιμετωπίζουν προκλήσεις που, όπως φαίνεται, είναι ικανές να αναδιατάξουν τόσο την κοινωνική, όσο την κοινωνική λειτουργία, όσο και το φυσικό και δομημένο περιβάλλον τους. Αναφέρομαι στα γνωστά και πολυσυζητημένα θέματα του υπερτουρισμού, της υπερδόμησης, της έλλειψης υποδομών και της έλλειψης στρατηγικής ως προς την αναπτυξιακή πολιτική. Ανάμεσα σε όλα αυτά που είναι ισοδύναμα κρίσιμα, η υπερδόμηση και μάλιστα η αλόγιστη, η χωρίς σύνδεση με τον τόπο, χωρίς συμπεριληπτικότητα και κοινωνική ισοτιμία, όπως αναφέρεται και στην εισαγωγή του συμποσίου, μόνο καταστροφική μπορεί να είναι για τους τόπους μας. Δεν θα μακρηγορήσω, διότι όπως όλοι έχετε αντιληφθεί, μιλάω για το θέμα του συμποσίου μας και είμαστε έτοιμοι όλοι με μεγάλη χαρά να ακούσουμε τους ομιλητές. Είμαστε πολύ αισιόδοξοι, με δεδομένο ότι ξεκίνησε το συμπόσιο στο νησί μας, ότι θα συνεχιστεί και το περιμένουμε, αν όχι κάθε χρόνο, κάθε 2 χρόνια, να βλέπετε την πορεία μας και να δίνονται στόχοι για να μπορέσουμε να διατηρήσουμε τον τόπο μας. Να ευχαριστήσω τους συνεργάτες που βοήθησαν, τους δικούς μου συνεργάτες που βοήθησαν για το συνέδριο και σας ευχαριστώ όλους πάρα πολύ και τους ομιλητές που νοιάζεστε για τον τόπο μας. Ευχαριστώ.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Το λόγο θα δώσουμε στην κυρία Βαλέρια Μαζαράκη, που είναι ο moderator του συμπόσιου. Κυρία Μαζαράκη, ελάτε εδώ.
Thank you very much for inviting me to moderate the symposium. It's an honor. As an architect and architectural historian with a deep interest in contemporary architectural practices, I look forward to the conversations and the presentations. There is nothing more I can add to what Alessandro said about introducing the symposium, and I thank everybody, of course. But I would like to add another dimension, because I saw in the catalogue that it is about not only the relationship between landscape and architecture that we are discussing in this two-day symposium, but also the new Bauhaus initiative and how it relates to actually taking action. It is interesting that this conversation is happening in Tinos, because about a century ago, when Bauhaus was founded, which was one leg of what we would call modern architecture in the 20th century, the discussion again started in the Cyclades with Le Corbusier, who took a bunch of European architects and brought them to the Cyclades, and they created the Athens chart of 1933. And it was about redefining architecture in the early 20th century. And in a way, this is what maybe this symposium is trying to do, to redefine architecture at the beginning of 21st century. So I'm looking forward to this, how this conversation will develop. And in that, after that small introduction, I want to start the first session, which will offer a comprehensive view of the challenges and opportunities related to resilient and sustainable design in island and urban context, highlighting good practices and differences between urban and rural landscapes with an interdisciplinary approach, literature, aesthetics, and disciplines related to landscape architecture design. So in the first session, we will hear Professor Michael Jacob, who is a professor of comparative literature at the University of Grenoble-Alpes. He's a leading international specialist in landscape history and teaches landscape aesthetics and theory at HED in Geneva and the Academy of Architecture in Mendrisio. I don't think I should do it.
Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Το λόγο θα δώσω στην κυρία Θανασιάδου, για να την καλωσορίσουμε. Είναι από το ΨΑΤ, το Πανελλήνιο Σύλλογο Αρχιτεκτονών Τοπίου.
Γεια σας. Έτρεγα λίγο. Είναι στα ελληνικά ή στα αγγλικά? Μπορώ να δώσω χαιρετισμό στα αγγλικά? Okay. So, on behalf of FALA, which is the Pan-Hellenic Association of Landscape Architects, I greet this symposium. I'm President, Lena, and I have Vice President Academic Affairs, Anastasia, with us today. Thanks very much to the organizers for having us. Okay, I got the camera now. And we lost the road in this beautiful landscape, so I'm catching my breath. The subtitle, which has the both resilient and sustainable, are some concepts that are very much familiar to landscape architects because we studied them from the beginning of our studies. And actually, we all know that landscape is a vast field of studies, is an interdisciplinary field, and I think that landscape is a language, is a concept, it's a way of seeing and perceiving your surroundings. So, to be in this beautiful landscape today, I think I just realized the juxtaposition between the architecture and the landscape, and I was kind of wondering if these two kind of speak to each other, which presumably do, due to the material, and if they will remain speaking to each other in the future years, because as we see nowadays, the built environment kind of like imposes itself on the landscape. It kind of like sets itself, and it does not really derive from the landscape. I think that moreover it's kind of like mental morphs that are pragmatized on landscapes, and there is a globality in that, and sometimes they don't really have anything to do with the landscape, like big touristic structures coming in Oral Islands, having the same exact morph and size. A big teacher of ours, Coraju, said that landscape architects work with the soil, they work with the terrain. And architects and engineers work with it also, but they kind of like transform it in other forms. So engineers, landscape architects, and people who shape and take care of the terrain have to work together. They have to relate. We have to find paths of communications, and we need to do that with kindness. And in Greece, we have a long way to go on that. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to introduce Michael Jacob. As I said, he's a professor of comparative literature at Grenoble, and he will be our first speaker today. Welcome, Michael. I hope you're hearing us. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Okay. So we can officially start with your lecture. Thank you.
Okay. Do you see my images or not? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
No. Okay.
It's all functioning. Okay.
Yes, it's up.
Yeah.
You can do.
I'm looking on YouTube at the same time. See.
Can you do slideshow?
See.
Can you start the slideshow?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You see the image?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I'm quite happy to be able to speak about the relation between architecture and landscape, because it's something which is not so easy as it seems. We all know what architecture is, or maybe not. It's not so easy to say what architecture is, because we can define architecture at least in two ways. The first one, oh, you still have the first image and it didn't move. You don't see the second image?
We do. Yeah. Now it's the third.
Yes. You have the second one now?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. Oh, okay. So this is the famous allegory of architecture. I just said we all think we know what architecture is, but maybe it's yeah. This is what I speak now, yeah. if we like research, then things change completely, and we'll see that there is a relation between architecture and landscape, since when we move around in a building, or when we move around the building, there is a dimension which has something to do with space, which becomes important. When we think about landscape, again, the starting point would be, we all know what landscape is, but maybe not. Landscape is a very special phenomenon. It's very recent. This is a good slide, yeah. Landscape is a very recent phenomenon. It's very recent. It's a European invention. Landscape, we don't have to forget it. For centuries and centuries, landscape meant simply landscape painting. So landscape comes from landscape painting. And only very lately, from the 18th century on, landscape will become landscape experience. This link between this very important link between landscape and landscape painting has still some consequences. For instance, for the picturesque style, and so on. So even when we start to define our main topics, architecture and landscape, we have always to go back to the fundamentals and to ask ourselves, what are we speaking about? This is typically one of an object, a painting which was called the landscape. In the 15th century, something happened in the European history of art, and landscape became a new genre in painting. And for 300 years, when people used the word landscape in different European languages, they meant a painting, and not the reality of experienced landscape. So this is, we don't have to forget this, because there is still today a strong link between landscape experience and landscape painting. When we speak to many architects, they will say that architecture gives and provides the sense to a place. Architecture is the one element which provides sense to a place. It's thanks to architecture, that a land becomes significant. So, for instance, if you look to this well-known church by our friend Mario Botta, he would say, before me as an architect arrived here in this place, which is nature, nature is senseless, it's mute. It doesn't speak to us. I progress to the land, and it becomes a significant landscape. So, you see, this means that if today, if you speak to many architects, to many of our colleagues in schools, etc., they would say, okay, nature, because today nature, everyone is very nice with nature today. Everyone loves nature. You know, if you're in competition, you have architects and engineers and say, oh, I love nature, and I have trees, and nature is always in my heart. Because nature is part today of what we could call an ideology of nature. It's so present. But many architects still would say, okay, the ultimate sense of nature is that I build something. And when I build something, and when I press it, I change the place, and it becomes relevant. So this is to remind us that nature, wild nature, has been for centuries and centuries interpreted as something which is senseless, which is chaos, which is almost, let's say, marked by negative forces. So for instance, if I mentally come to where you are now, to Tinos, many people still architect. or let's say from people who transform and give sense to the land. Yeah. I don't know what. You should have it. Okay. You can continue. Yeah. Have it now? Yeah. You have it now? It's okay?
Yes.
Yeah, so what I wanted to say that if we think about landscape, still many of our colleagues think that the ultimate identity of a place comes from human intervention. This makes the architect, let's say builder, transform land, which before is a sort of negative void, and it becomes significant. So if I take another example from Tinos, then we could say the presence of architecture, building, the human intervention gives a sense to a place. The human intervention gives a sense to the place. And this is so this idea is very present all around. There is a beautiful example. I hope the image is on.
It is.
Are more or less arriving at the same time I speak. There is this beautiful example. As humans, then very, very easily and very quickly, it will become something. It becomes something strange. Of the connection, we have you get the images only if I see 2 or 3 minutes later. So I'm going to show see, this is Michael Snell and his famous film, Les Chansons. Okay?
What do we do?
Sorry, just a moment.
Yeah.
Because we have a
yeah.
This one? No.
Τα πρέπει να πάνω κατευθείαν το θωμά και μετά τα κάνουμε κόφι.
Yeah, I hear you well, yeah. Can we try to go on?
Okay.
Yeah. Is it
can you hear us now?
Okay.
Yeah. The thing is that you're breaking up.
Try to go on, I mean, very well. Yeah, here. Okay.
Okay.
So you have the right image. I will try to go on. Let's see
maybe
if this works.
he should turn off his.
Yeah.
Turn off your camera so you can have better reception. And your voice is breaking up. So if you turn off your camera.
My camera?
Yes.
But if I turn off my
keep
camera.
the slides up, but not the camera.
Wait a second. Okay. Like this? Okay. Is it better now?
Yes, hold on a minute. Let us put the slides up on the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, better now. Let's see. Let's see if that works.
Now, yeah.
Hopefully.
Oh, let's see if it works. So I will try to take it up again where we were before. Yeah, the idea is
slide.
Our relationship. Yeah. The idea is our relation to nature is something which has always to be reconsidered. It's not something which is natural. When I have a new image, I think there is a problem between my image, which appear here because I share my screen, and the images not appearing on Alessandro's screen, because I still see the So I think there is a problem.
No, you go on. It's okay.
Yeah. Now you have it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So when we think about what we do in universities, in places where we teach, and even in the practice, we can see that there is still a prejudice against landscape architecture. And very often, people say landscape architecture is what happens between this landscape, is what happens between buildings. It is something which looks almost like decoration. It's a supplement. The main thing, the main event, and now you should have a second image, the main event and the main element is architecture. Architecture is the thing which matters. And then we have added to something which is linked to landscape. So landscape is, even if we think very practically, for instance, the place of landscape and landscape architecture and landscape in the curricula, places where we teach architecture, for instance, where I teach in Mendrisio or Lugano, or at the EPFL or at the ETH Zurich, landscape is something which is more or less tolerated in architectural circles. You should see now another image. So I think we still have this problem that my images are always in relation with what I is trying to say, and the images you get are simply blocked. I think there is a problem in the way the images arrive. So now I went on even to another image, and you see, I don't know if you have a solution for this. So basically what happens is that you always have one still image and it doesn't move anymore. It doesn't move around. So you see, this is another image which I used to show you, where I say landscape is what happens in between buildings. It's a residual space. Yeah, now we're okay. So now we're okay. And even famous landscape architecture projects like here at Urban Arts, we see that the main hero, the main element is architecture, and then everything linked to landscape comes as a sort of addendum, as a supplement, as something, it's a sort of decoration, you know, as in a dish when we add something in order for taste. But the main element is, of course, a pictorial element. Something already, and now you should see another image, something already happened, however, in Renaissance. Now we should see another image. It's a photograph of Pienza. It's already in the 15th century. Livio Piccolomini defined a relation between architecture and the landscape. This was a best project because it was one of the first buildings which was oriented. We could see it, we could interpret it as a sort of sculpting machine. The sense of architecture is to introduce us to a possible relation with the landscape. And here, the landscape view is integrated into architecture. And this possibility of architecture to create a dialogue between the landscape and the surrounding landscape. And now we should see another image, the one in southern France. Architecture sometimes can actively open up and try to relate to the landscape. Here are windows imagined by Camille Guépequian and by Manet Stevens, create a relation with landscape outside. And we have something similar, of course, in Villa Savoie, where we know, as we know, Le Corbusier experienced the possibility to create a dialogue with the landscape, with the surrounding landscape. Of course, we are here at the margins of architecture, because with the Villa Mariana, it is wall or outside the building, and in the case of Villa Savoie by Le Corbusier, you see again the typical step by Gizet, architecture, jewelry, and then this becomes almost a program for modern architecture. In Guillaume's famous book on the new way of living, the new way to relate our life to outside, we see that modern architecture is with between the inside and the outside, and this becomes really a program in modern architecture. The next step, and now you should see another image, we have a very interesting historical example of how things developed, and it is linked to Montaigne. You may know Montaigne as the author of the famous essays. He was one of the most important philosophers of the 16th century, and Montaigne, he traveled a lot in Europe. He traveled around in the 16th century in many mentions to his journal, we see that he didn't see the landscape. He never saw the landscape, but he saw things scattered in the land. So we will see houses, bridges, towers, fortifications, but never the landscape. So quite lately, even in the 16th century, for someone so curious and open-minded like Montaigne, when he traveled, he didn't see the world as landscape. Again, people would see the world as, they would see buildings, they would see everything which is linked to human beings, but they wouldn't see landscape. We could see an image now in the 15th and 16th century, people, this is something which attracted people when they were traveling, when they opened their eyes. So if there was no, you should see another image now. It should. I don't know why it takes all the time to compose with Switzerland to these images. This is a mystery of diagrams. So when you should see another image.
That's not Dinos.
Next time I will definitely come to Dinos with his gear. So you see, but the way now people, when they curious, were interested in the world, cars, churches, houses, everything built by them. So it's a very anthropomorphic point of view. It's not something that people were not interested in the landscape, but they were interested in cities or human constructions, which gave the sense to a place. Very much like the example I showed you before of the church of Mayawata, where he says, I provide, me, the architect, and I provide a sense for what you see. And you should see another image, the famous cityscape of Toledo by El Greco, where we see a similar approach. The landscape is crowned by the city. It's architecture which provides the overall sense. So everything is submitted here to architecture, and this present architecture is one the horizontal occupation of the whole site, but it is the Hospital de Tavera at the same time, and it is a plan. So everything here is about how we humans provide a sense to a place. Of course, if we look to landscape painting, maybe landscape painting, and here it's a famous Dutch painter called Van Ruysdael. At first sight, we would say, well, here things start to change. Here we see architecture as some taller elements. So the hero here is no more architecture, even if these churches are huge, but it is the natural elements. But we shouldn't forget that even in these cases, what the painters did, like Van Ruysdael or Claude, another very influential and essential painter for the landscape experience, which will start in the 18th century, they invented these landscapes. There is nothing realistic about this. They would paint in their studio this kind of invent the nature. They would invent nature. The image of nature is a sort of gigantic collage. It's a gigantic collage of how would take elements which he observed around Rome, around Naples, and he would combine them. So this is not a realistic landscape. It's a fantastic landscape. It's an idealized landscape, which will become a model for other landscape, and especially for landscape architecture in the future. Now, in the 18th century, everything changes. The 18th century was absolutely essential, because in the Levant is another. So piece of land, and we call it landscape. And so landscape experience is something typical from it starts in the 18th century, and it becomes quite important, of course. Now you should, again, see, you should have here this beautiful and famous image by Luigi Ghirri, quite ironic, we have this couple which, like many of us, goes to see the landscape. To see the landscape becomes a sense of the journey. And you see, landscape experience is something which starts only in the 18th century. The problem with landscape experience is its temporality. Its temporality because when we experience landscape, we are always linked to the problem of time. Landscape, in the sense of experience landscape, is just a moment. Now I see this, and then I don't see it anymore. Now I see something, and then I don't see it anymore. So landscape experience is something of a paradox. I see something now, it's a beautiful landscape, and in a second it disappears, and it will never come back. So it's fragile. It has ontologically, it's a fragile identity, a connection which exists between someone who opens the eyes and what we have in front disappears. And visual assessment, there are now many there are laboratories of landscape around the world. This became something very and almost a small industry, to identify it. You see, again, which show us the now and before and after, the confrontation of the state of a landscape, now and later on. And there is an interesting lesson here, which means landscape is always different. Everything changes. Now, if we think about landscape aesthetics and the 18th century, when so in the 18th century, especially the British, they tried to teach, tried to say how to be able to identify landscapes worthy. So again, to see the world as a landscape was not natural. People they had to learn to see landscape. They had to learn to appreciate landscape. And now, what is very interesting is that the examples given by people like Gilbert and others are always into architecture. We could call it the resistance of architecture. In the 18th and 19th century, when these patterns were popularized, an interesting landscape is a landscape where some architecture, especially rooms, were very popular. Resistance means it becomes radical architecture. And going a step further, and now is to see an image. We have this image God as an architect, going to a very, very thorough discussion of the field of nature in the 16th and 17th century, where philosophers and other intellectuals asked themselves what is the sense of nature. I will just jump and go forward. I will jump some images. I hope you will get it, because these technical problems took us a lot of time. We would have been perfectly in time. And I want to go But let's see if we can just synchronize at least to this last image. And maybe I will start with this last image. But I'm waiting that it synchronizes.
Yeah, thank you, Mike.
Yeah.
If you can go to the concluding remarks.
Yeah, no. I will just, while waiting, I will tell you what I wanted to
Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you.
In 5 minutes.
Okay.
So, if we look at this relation between architecture and landscape, there's some intermediate steps which are quite interesting. One would be an analysis of places like Vaux-le-Vicomte, that's our right image, where something starts to change between the relation of architecture and landscape. And in the 18th century it becomes even more relevant. Now my final image is linked to a phenomenon which is quite fascinating. That is that architecture becomes landscape. That there are architectural examples of buildings where we don't know anymore, is it a building or is it a landscape, or is it landscape architecture? So, because these kind of buildings, you see, you don't know where inside, where is the outside, and we could, this was Toyo Inito before, now it is, of course, the famous Rolex building by Sana. You see, this architecture in the last 20 years started to enter into a dialogue where, let's say, the autonomy, the taxonomy of the architectural building is interrupted and disturbed, and architecture focuses on the landscape. And so we have these kind of buildings, which becomes actually landscape, because you have to walk inside. By the way, this is a building which is, in a certain sense, it doesn't have any utility. It's like a building of the print, because there is almost nothing to do inside, besides walking in. So to cross the building as a landscape. And it develops a new relation with the outside too. And I think this is an interesting tendency that we should see how just in the last decades architecture opened up to landscape. And we have these new hybrids and hybrid examples, like Slovenia's project that I know to conclude, I would say, the really in any way today, we have always to reinvent it. It has to become a part of the design process. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much. That was fine.
I'm sorry for this mess with
No, we are sorry, but I think your message went through.
Yeah. I hope so. Yeah, should be. Yeah. Yeah, I should use.
Τι θέλεις να κάνουμε?
Yeah, next time I will definitely come to Tinos, it's easier.
Thank you very much, Michael.
Can you switch off the share of screen?
Oh, yeah. So,
thank you.
Okay, here we are. Yeah.
So,
yeah.
oh, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Michael. We will, with a small change in the program, because Mr. Ettore Roca could not attend, so we will call Thomas Doxiadis to come to the podium and give us his version of how landscape meets architecture. Thomas has a master in landscape architecture and designs and studies the landscape as well as the relationships between humans and non-humans through the landscape. He does this as the principal of the design practice Doxiadis Plus, an environmental volunteer who is currently heading the National Greek Adaptation of Landscapes to Climate Change Program and an occasional academic. Thank you, Thomas.
You can follow the conference in the YouTube if you want.
Do I just click? How does it go forward and back?
Just, oh, you can use it.
Okay. No, I'll try the mouse. Okay. Thank you to the organizers and to all of us for being here and having a very important discussion. My contribution to the discussion is as a small former academic, but mainly as a practitioner, dealing with the issues of actually implementing landscapes and being very concerned about the things we do. It is very interesting to come after Michael because some of the things that he talks about actually are concerns that we have as an office. And the first one has to do, so I have to learn how to use this mouse. No, sorry. There we go. So the first has to do with understanding and defining what landscape is. And the European countries came together in the year 2000, so exactly between the transition between the 20th and the 21st century, to form finally a definition, a common definition of what is landscape, which we in the office find extremely wonderful that it happened and extremely unfortunate in the results, because the definition that came out is both centered on the visual aspect of landscape and more importantly and more dramatically it is entirely anthropocentric. Of course, if you get a bunch of advanced apes, which is what we are sitting around the table, it is quite possible that they will come up with an anthropocentric definition. But the 21st century can no longer have, we believe, an anthropocentric view of things. So we propose a very simple definition, which is that the landscape is the arrangement of all the elements of the environment in space, okay? We have a constant, so what we have understood is that we are not the creators. We are the mediators between the client and the world, between the client and what finally comes out in the world. The real creator in a way is the client, okay? And we have been having problems with clients, and I'm sure Ellie and everyone else has been having similar problems, and I will, show you a typical story to explain what is troubling us and how we're trying to find solutions. And by the way, I grew up in an environment where the cortex and logical thinking was what was allowed in academic conversations, and I'm by now convinced that the other parts of the brain, and especially emotional thinking, is extremely important in our conversations. So, you will see some emotions, and please understand that they are very well thought out, let's say, or they are very important in the thinking process. So in this case, on the island of Antiparos, at that time very pristine, on the northwestern side, which is extremely pristine, in an area which is sort of known for its wild nature and for its snakes. There is the local viper, which is protected in other islands, not here, but it is very important. A client from Geneva, very wealthy, retained Studio Bow Wow from Tokyo for the architecture and us for the landscape. Studio Bow Wow, Atelier Bow Wow makes a sort of beautiful Cycladic house, and we come and do what we always do, which is restitch the house to the landscape to make it seem that the relationship is a relationship which is symbiotic rather than antibiotic. At some point in the process, the lady comes and says, you know, guys, but if snakes appear in the house or if snakes appear in my courtyards, I will never come to this house. And we're like, wait a minute, you bought a house, you bought a plot in a wild nature snake area, and now you're telling us that you don't want any snakes. But of course, the client wanted it, so we had to get moving. So what we did is that the project became a snake fighting project. We very carefully, with the same care that we place plants in the land to restitch the destroyed landscape, let's say, with the architecture, with the same care we made a snake defense around every existing bush, very carefully and subtly. We studied in section how we could keep the snakes out, and we actually worked with the herpetology department of the University of Athens to develop a solution because she wanted 100% guarantee that the snakes would not come in. We came to the point of, because she had asked for samples, so we would build the samples, the mock-ups, throw the snakes in there, and if the snakes could not escape, then she was okay. Of course, we had to design it in a way that the snakes would be able to exit somehow, because if they fall in there and they die, it's not great either. So at that point, we gave her the budget of the construction of the mock-up and the test, and she said, no, it's fine. And we were wondering, wait a minute, is she suddenly penny pinching, or is she now happy with the land? And it became, again, a project of restitching the land. But it is one of many examples of clients sort of deciding to come to these kinds of areas and in fact asking us to create these kinds of landscapes, okay? Safe, known, anthropocentric. So it's made us wonder about what the hell is going on. Why are we advanced apes thinking and acting this way? So one of the other things we have an issue with is the traditional definition that you still find in Wikipedia that the environment can be divided into two parts, the human and the natural, which again we kind of know is nonsensical, from looking at the Cyclades, which is humans plus nature for at least 7,000 years, to many other examples. We know that we are part of the system, we are huge formers of the system right now, and we have to think of the system as the totality, especially in the Anthropocenic age. Okay? What is human and nature. And more we understand that we have to come back to humans because in the end we are the agents, humans are the agents, and find out what is happening in our brain. And it seems to us that the problem that we have in our brain is utopian thinking, which makes us do good things and makes us do terrible things. So utopia is extremely, utopia in English meaning the good place, eftopos, and not utopos, which is the no place in Greece. But if you start with many cultures, from the Abrahamic religions to Chinese, to many other cultures, you have an original Eden, and the original Eden is usually a kind of garden. It is not wild nature, it is not aggressive, dangerous nature where humans are kicked out, but it is a nature that is a garden and humans can be part of everything in a very lovely way. Problem is we get kicked out, and since then all these cultures are looking back to what Michael said, which is not real nature, but it is a collage of an ideal of nature as the place to return to. And you really have these kind of myths in many cultures, okay? And then what's interesting is that not only is Eden and not only is utopia a garden in most cultures, but most cultures have formulated their gardens and their landscapes to reflect their idea of utopia. So starting with the agricultural revolution, where gardens are a reflection of humans taming nature and nature giving us food now under our creation and our control, not by foraging. Going on to the let's say, Islamic gardens where the garden is representing God's ideal creation, mathematical creation of nature. Going on to the Middle Ages, where the garden is the place where you escape from kind of a problematic society. Going on to the Renaissance, where the garden is the place where the stories that make sense of our world are organized, because people are trying to remake sense of the world, leaving the strict Christian religion and going back to antiquity and bringing these stories and organizing them in gardens. To the way that the French garden is talking about, now we are the organizers, to the English garden. All of these are that age's, that society's reflection of the ideal in a garden. It happens much more in the gardens than it happens in buildings, actually. All the way to the idea of the social garden of the 19th and 20th century. And what is the ideal today? What are these creations talking to us about what we believe is the ideal? So the problem with utopia in the Anthropocene is that we, humans create these amazing ideas, and then we almost, if I was aggressive, I would say we vomit them out onto everyone else. Okay? So from the agricultural revolution, organizing the land in patterns that are still visible in Tuscany today, let's say 2,000 years later, to the French using military techniques to lay out these huge gardens which are about, I can now control nature. I can make canals, I can make agriculture, I can make these amazing gardens. To, the landscape as support for the architecture. Again, it doesn't take much to understand that what we have been doing for the last 7,000 years since we, or however, when we left kind of hunting gathering and became agriculturalists and creators, is finding out, just taking what we have on our mind and putting it out there on the earth. And the problem now we know is that we are so powerful on this particular planet that we are influencing a huge percentage of it. So when we were small and powerless and we did a little bit, it was okay. Now it's no longer okay. So we have to be very questioning of our visions of the future, of our visions of utopia. And those of us who are old enough, because there are many things going into this story, it's a really interesting story. Those of us who are old enough to remember these guys lived in the Carrington House, and the Carrington House had the Carrington Garden. I've been sort of, doing these talks in 3 continents, in many countries, and every time these pictures come up, everyone is laughing, because in these countries all over the world, when Dynasty came out, houses and gardens changed to reflect the Carrington House and the Carrington Garden. So even in places like Greece, you had, in the islands, you started having this mini. This is not neoclassical, no. This is the Carrington villa that becomes the Akali villa that then becomes the villa on Lefkas in this particular case, okay? This is your little piece of paradise, okay? And we know, of course, we're in the middle of a shitstorm. We have to recognize this and kind of see how quickly we can change our minds. We don't even need to talk about this anymore. We saw it this summer. There are many things. These landscapes will become like this. These landscapes will become like this. And many other things are happening. So what's interesting is that in this idea of, in this story of people creating ideals in the garden, there has sometimes in history been the snake in the garden. And most interestingly, in the Italian Renaissance, it's one of the few periods where the other side of life, where nature is something that you cannot control, where death comes into the story, where the idea that we are not all powerful, but we have to take accounting of and respect some other things, okay? Because also, when we were kicked out of this place, the one big change was that we were now in a hostile world. The second big change is that we met this guy, okay? And we're still working on it. We're still trying to understand why cultures that have such a difficulty accepting death are also the cultures that are the most destructive. It's extremely interesting if you go to, Greenaway's movies, in the 80s and 90s, already trying to bring death, decomposition, and the life cycle back into the discussion. We know that in other times, philosophers and maybe even populations were much more okay with the idea of death. One thinks that maybe the Mexicans are much more okay with it than the Yanks, for example. We're extremely fascinated with things that decompose and things that talk about, the full circle and not just the perfect moment that has to be preserved in an artificial way. So we're very interested about the idea of bringing snakes back into the garden. A few more thoughts. How much time do we have? Because maybe I'm talking too much. 5 more minutes. Okay. I'm 10% into the thing. So a few quick thoughts. First, we are blind. I realized this in Australia, where you see these holes in the ground and you don't know what they are, and they're actually the center of the life of the Aborigines, which is where they collect water. And I suddenly realized that these Cycladic landscapes that we live in are actually water management landscapes. That's what they are, period. And the most important elements in the landscape are the elements that collect water and made life possible. And we're now basically, culturally blind. I actually think these things are more interesting than the work, to tell you the truth, so I'm happy to kind of shoot through the work in 5 minutes. So, does it? Okay, so here we go. So these are water collection and management landscapes. So the second is embracing waste. Slavoj Zizek tells us that waste is the main product of our epoch, but somehow we're all kind of throwing it away, and it's not part of our discussion at all. There has been some, there have been some artists mainly who deal with waste. It's never entered the cultural, it's only the homeless gardens in New York at the time of Giuliani, for example, that have waste as part of the story. And then the most important of all for us, which is extending citizenship. So about 500 BC, Athenian males kill the kings and become citizens, meaning they have the right now to be moral agents that, control their own destiny. 700 years later, all free men of the Roman Empire become citizens. Huge moment. It's not to be taken for granted. Almost 1,500 years need to pass before the next step, which is land-owning men again become citizens. 100 years after that, slaves. 50 years after the slaves, women. Just think about that. And then what is next, okay? And our feeling is the following: the same repulsion that we have towards the idea that 200 years ago people were treated as slaves, and some are still treated as slaves today, we think the same repulsion will come from next generations about the way we are now treating animals. Okay? So we do think animals have the right to be moral agents, to be citizens, and why not plants, why not fungi, and why not, everyone else? So it's interesting that in 2012 the first natural system becomes a citizen in New Zealand, and New Zealand, because of its Maori culture, is the most advanced place on earth when it comes to rights for non-human agents. And then, what have we been doing about this? We've been researching fungi, which is a kingdom that humans usually find disgusting, but actually without it we'd all be dead. We did this in the Venice Biennale 2 years ago by collecting the fungi in the actual room, propagating it, and through a period that took 1.5 years, finding a way to turn it into an aestheticized thing, because we are designers, we have to use aesthetics, and these aesthetics were about making people realize that something beautiful is happening here and we have to respect it. If anyone is interested, we can kind of go at some other point to discuss it, but we've shown these things many times. Another is that in our practice, what we call the ugly truth is that the development process is very destructive, and what we try to do is to find ways to restitch the development into the existing landscape and the landscape that is to come by a process of respect. So, you know, the love and respect that some of us, I think, already feel as a necessity towards the things that we are looking at, we have it as our main tenet after, you know, first is symbiosis, then comes respect. So respect in understanding, in studying, and then respect in practice, and developing various techniques to do the things that we're thinking how to do. So we really need to develop techniques because humans, we've been doing things a certain way, and in order to do things a different way, we have to change our mentality. We have to change the way we do things, which comes through research and development, and then we have to teach. So what we do is also didactic. So the importance of conferences such as these is, as Mr. Tsokli said, you know, how do we change people's minds? So various ways, again, to bring as much as possible the real place and the real nature into the project, other than an idea, an idealized version. One way of doing it is propagating the actual native plants that we've been doing on many projects. Another way is to find out through experiments that we've been doing on our own time and money how things grow, how things can grow in non-irrigation situations, and extending that into the practice. A lot of pushback from clients, but even more pushback from the construction industry. Landscape contractors do not want to change the way they're working for various reasons. There's just one guy, imagine, in the whole of the Cyclades that we found who is willing and does work that is really responsible. Everyone else, they get the project with the correct specifications, and then after they get the project, they turn around to the client and they say, yeah, but you know, in the end, let's do it the traditional way. Let's lay irrigation pipes. Let's put the plants that are, you know, I don't need to spend time maintaining, like the plants we saw, Yanni, yesterday in the courtyard. These are the plants, they're bullshit plants, forgive me for saying so, because they come from South America, and the reason people put them is because they don't need maintenance, which means that the client doesn't have to spend, because one of the reasons is clients can spend, 2 to 3 million building a house, and then they won't spend, 5,000 a year to maintain, okay? So we can stop or we can continue, it's up to you. Let's stop. The closing remark is, looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we'll have a break now.
Θα κάνουμε μια σύντομη επίσκεψη πάνω στο μουσείο του κύριου Τσόκλη και μετά να κατέβουμε για καφέ στο μπαρ. Και να κάνουμε ένα coffee break. Έχουμε στη διάθεσή μας 20 λεπτά. Ό,τι θέλετε. Ωραία. Ένα καφεδάκι και μετά η ξένια. Ναι.
very nice lunch break, and we want to thank Mr. Prelorenzo for the great visit to the pigeon houses in Tarabados. We are starting now officially the afternoon session, and with Mrs. Alexandra Stratou. Alexandra is an architect. She studied industrial design at the Rhode Island School of Design, and then architecture at the Architectural Association in London. She worked in offices in Paris and London, and afterwards she established her own, she has established her own practice in Athens called As Architects, while she still teaches at, as an adjunct professor at the University of Patras. Alexandra will talk to us about how architecture and landscape are inextricably related through preservation and conservation. We welcome her. Her paper is called Entangled Hybrids.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here and to be among people who have the similar interests. And I'm afraid I was hoping that I would be able to see my notes. So if my timing is not right, I apologize. So I will be talking about the way the way architecture, the architecture and landscape through gestures by human beings sort of become entangled forever in the same entity, and how complex the politics of preserving and conserving these new hybrids have become through the years. So as my interest is sparked through my own experience with land art, I will inevitably start with Robert Smithson, who I believe is one of the most important people to look at when trying to understand the essence of site. And Robert Smithson is known for his spiral jetty, which is this rearrangement of natural materials, which we can recognize it through its geometrical precision, and it changes and transforms as it is submerged, and then re-emerges from the lake, the Salt Lake in Utah. Now, he was really, really interested in entropy and how this transformation of matter works. And in this work, partially buried woodshed, he basically took a piece of architecture, the woodshed, and man enforced this entropical force with throwing this earth on top of it, and this became sort of a performance and work at the same time in transformation. He, at about the same time, this is in the 70s, when he was visiting Mexican ruins, he photographed extensively this Hotel Palenque, which was his sort of finding, which was actually at the same time being renovated and totally sort of falling apart. So this particular dynamic moment of this simultaneous happening is what interested him. And then he took his photographs and went on to talk about it in a lecture to architecture students in the University of Utah. And basically what he was talking about was this materiality as a de-architecturalized site, and he called Hotel Palenque a ruin in reverse. Now, Robert Smithson has given us a lot in terms of trying to understand the connection, the dynamic connection, because it's all temporal and it is all moments in this transformation. So he has given us a lot in terms of trying to understand the connection between the locus and its territory. And the Dia Foundation, which is in charge of preserving this work, is really puzzled on how to do it, because basically this work, the very DNA of this work is that it should interact with its environment. So protecting it is kind of crazy. You cannot preserve it, conserve it, you just need to observe it. And danger number one is these people visiting it, this is something that in all monuments we encounter it. And danger number two is industrial interests in the area. And this, actually, the way it works is that you need to define a territory around it that will end up as a protection zone. So let's sort of focus on an undisputed monument here, because maybe Robert Smith's work is not necessarily undisputed. This is the temple of Apollo in Delphi, and a photograph from the archaeological site. And it is in itself a ruin in reverse. We see here all the architectural members sort of lined up and waiting to be reunited with the original structure. And it's also a UNESCO heritage site, and in the description by UNESCO, unfortunately I don't have my notes, but everything that is said in the report of UNESCO that when it was named a heritage site, basically describes the landscape. It describes the Phedriades rocks that's where the temple took place. It describes the larger landscape and how it sort of tumbles into the Gulf of Itea. And it is basically describing this landscape that arguably, and they haven't, landscape archaeology is not evolved to that point to be able to give us the evidence, but basically what is believed is that this is something that grew out of a sacred grove, and they are not sure as to the extent or even if there was the existence of a sacred grove precisely around the temple. And essentially, they're also not sure whether whether all the plants were autochthonous or some of them were planted. But they do all concur that basically the land around the temple was considered sacred, and it was not. People were not allowed to cultivate the land, and they were not allowed to. Animals were not allowed to graze. But sacred groves, apart from their religious duties, were actually a sort of refuge, a sort of an escape from the outside world. So that is possibly most probably how the temple then, where it originated and how it developed from there. So basically, when UNESCO, this really powerful institution, is protecting the land around the Temple of Delphi, it's basically, ironically, protecting mostly the cultivated land, which is also quite ancient, 3,000 years old, the olive groves of Amphissa. Now, this is the boundary that finally was legislated by UNESCO, drawn by the Ministry of Culture. This is the 1987 boundary. That reaches all the way from the mountain, Arachova, to the Gulf of Itea that we see here. And it's actually an adaptation from the original 1981 boundary, which is much bigger, as you can see, and it sort of includes all different kind of landscapes. And that is partly because of stakeholders who were actually sort of complaining about being part of this boundary, but also it is because other agencies were also responsible for protecting different layers of this land. So here we see a different map. This is the Philotis map that was sort of set up by the NTUA to combine all the different agents of all the different jurisdictions of the agents who are responsible of caring for the land. So the little green island in there is actually Delphi, which we will see in a moment how it works. And then the yellow parts are Corinne biotopes by European Land Registry. And the red ones are from Natura 2000, which is responsible for protecting endangered habitats and animals. And the orange part is where they coincide. So it's very interesting to see this sort of different juxtaposition of all the different agencies that are responsible for protecting different parts of the land. And basically, yeah, this is the actual 3,000-year-old olive grove that is not part of this protection, of this system of protection at all, but it is part of the UNESCO one. So this is how in the Philotis database the actual τοπίο ιδιαίτερου φυσικού κάλους, landscape of special natural beauty, is described. It's actually above the road leading to Delphi. This little boundary that I drew is the archaeological site. And again, this has to do with the rocks and the spring of Castalia and the ravines that are above the archaeological spot, and actually it leaves out the temple of Athena Pronea, which is actually under, like south of this road. So it's a very strange, it's very interesting to see how all of these boundaries were drawn. And then when we go into the site and when we look at the threats tab, we will find that they only state tourism here. And actually there's an evaluation of it, and it says that it's not under severe danger. And it's not under severe danger basically because it's very well protected by the Archaeological Preservation Act. But what really happens if you look at local press is that it is protected in terms of protection area A, and not so protected in terms of protection area B, where there are different industrial interests that are threatening protection area B. And here we see this blue line sort of shows us the two territories. The inward one is protection area A, and the outward one is protection area B. So there's different laws for each part of that. Now this, the general area, is an overlap with what is called an archaeological site. So this entire area, and some of it is outside the map even, is the archaeological site. And these yellow islands that appear there, and they're mostly the cities like Delphi, Arachova, Amphissa, etc., they are actually holes in the orange area, and they appear as yellow, but actually the whole thing behind it is yellow. And with it, with the archaeological site, you find like the touristic pavilion by Pikionis, Petros Pikionis' son, and the house of Eva and Angelos Sikelianos, and other edifices that are protected, even though they're not at all seen on that map. And also there are trails, very important. This is the ancient trail that connects the temple to its natural port, Kira. And this is not in the archaeological map. It doesn't seem to be protected. But let's sort of try and get this logic of preservation and fly over to Tinos, where we are, and try to see how this works. So basically you get point markings that correspond to specific monuments, and then you can go into the tab, it's interactive, and you can find out more information about them. There is territory definitions. This is the Mount of Volax. So this is very connected to the geomorphological and the makeup, the matter of the land. And then there's radial, just radial sort of markings that basically say, here's a monument, anything that's 300 or 500 meters around it is something that is protected. Or combinations. You have the radial boundary and the geomorphological map boundary, and there are different kinds of jurisdictions, and you just sort of have to deal with all these different agents to understand how and if you can intervene in these areas. And I think that this whole politics is a very interesting structure that leaves a lot of things out. This is, here we're in the middle of Tinos, it's just very close to where we are here. And there's no mention in the archaeological map of the trails, nor in this map, nor in the Natura Philotis map. And actually, they're very well documented, and it's a shame Manthos left, because he was telling me about all these trails. They're very well documented, and they are actually in a program of being protected and taken care of. And the other thing we cannot see in the archaeological map are what I called hybrids of architecture and landscape, that where the first gesture sort of entangles them forever, which is Monastiria, here in the center of Tinos. Now, Monastiria is this ruined village that the first gesture that sort of created it was these terraces that people come in and start to cultivate the land, and they work with the stone, and then the houses themselves are the sort of organic evolution of this gesture. And as it becomes ruined, then the landscape sort of comes back and re-inhabits the spaces, and it becomes this very closely bound hybrid. And we love these hybrids, we love these ruins, because we can sort of understand the initial gesture, we can understand how they initially came about, we can understand and see and remember, in a way, its inhabitation phase, and we can sort of anticipate the way that nature will take over and completely change it again. And sort of this entropical effect. Now, it was actually Kostas Tsoklis who made the discovery of this island. And through his project Reflections, you can find the book here. It's in the museum, and there's also a video of the event that they staged, which is a very interesting video, because we can see the event and we can see the whole way this thing developed. And basically, what they did. This was in 2006, the last, in 1970, right about the time that Robert Smithson was working on his spiral jetty, was the last house in Monastiria was abandoned. And so by the time Kostas Tsoklis went to visit it, I'm pretty sure that it already was in a sort of ruinous stage. And there were 2 roofs, if I'm not mistaken, that were still standing, and the rest of it was in this process of transformation. And the only thing that sort of resists this entropical process, of course the people are doing it, is the church, which is visited every year, and they have a festival on St. Joseph's Day. So George Triantafylou was the architect involved in the group that Kostas Tsoklis put together, took photographs, and then Kostas Tsoklis used this mechanism of mirrors to sort of beckon them to try and bring back the memories of life into the village. And he used these photographs that Triantafylou had took to sort of, he spoke to the people and sort of listened to their stories and to their memories, and basically used all this information and his instinct to try and bring back this ritual of life. And I think that he truly, I wish he was here to tell us about it, but I feel that he truly tried to bring the life back to the village and to imagine how exactly it was, but not as it once was. It's not sort of a reminiscence. It's about bringing together the ruinous state in which it is presently, and putting this together with the landscapes that were with the memories that were engraved into the landscape. So this is a true hybrid that he creates here. And these for the event, there were some wooden platforms that were set up in the village, which is actually the public pathway. And the people were able to travel through, and some of these mirrors were actually positioned there. And Nikos Xydakis, who had composed a piece precisely for that event, stood on one of the two remaining roofs and played his piece, and the inhabitants, the remaining inhabitants of the village, sort of listened to this piece, and it was a fantastic festival that brought everybody together, and at least for the duration of the event. And it was like a celebration. And what happens is that this hybrid is sort of honored and kept alive in this way. Now, I wish I had a passage from an interview that Kostas Tsoklis gave. And basically, he's saying that, it's written there, I don't think you can read it, it's in Greek. But he's saying that we are sort of saying goodbye to the summer after the event with the illusion that we made death, that we made death into art, but we were not able to make art into life. And this because we sort of enclose and, you know, we imprison art into these museums. This is a comment that he also made on the video that we saw earlier, so it's very consistent. Now, these aerial photographs were from a very detailed survey that happened some years later, because somebody very patiently sort of put together one by one all of these properties and bought the entire village and the plots that were connected to these, and they're actually, obviously, of course, they're submitting now to the archaeology department for a restoration of the village and the area for touristic purposes. Now, I think it's really important that the village became one again. Like, I think that there is hope that hopefully they're going to do a good job, but there is hope that by having it all live in one moment, it's sort of now everything is at the same level of decay. But by having one person sort of bringing it back and restoring it as one unit, I think that's a very interesting scale of what is happening. But I think that the way that it needs to proceed is to not describe the landscape as the surrounding landscape, or as we say in Greek, the περιβάλλον χώρος, but to actually have it an integral part of whatever it is that is going on and is going to happen in the village. So flying over to Delos over there, the cooperative Boulouki is actually planning this workshop called Avilos, and their goal is to, this is actually the remnants of a very similar vernacular house in Delos. These are Myconian farmers that used to rent plots so they could cultivate the land and graze their animals. And it's like a family home. It's different structures that were being built as the families were settling there, and they're houses, but it's a family house, but it's actually called a village in the dialect. And so this is the house of, or the village of Markos, and the idea is to create. This is done in collaboration with the Cycladic archaeological department and the French School of Athens, which are very involved in Delos, in the archaeological site. And the aim is to have a workshop where they're going to restore with traditional methods this village. And as you can see, it's definitely a hybrid between architecture and landscape. These formations are very much part of the structures. And what has been done is that there's been very careful research as to what exactly the traditional techniques that were used to build these structures, and very, very, very careful sort of chemical research as to what the koniama, the mortar was to bind these things. So there's a very careful preservation activity here. And the project is called Avilos, so which means not visible or unknown, implicit, obscure. And the idea is to make it clear, to re-establish this hybrid between landscape and architecture, to bring out this connection of the two elements and to not destroy this equilibrium. And the thing is that the people who inhabited this landscape first sort of made these hybrid structures in order to work with the land, and then the land changed its identity, changed its not its identity, that was very wrong. It changed its hierarchies, and the archaeological excavation on Delos became a lot more important than the actual cultivations. So the same structures will be restored to house the people who are now working with the land in its new capacity as an archaeological site. So it's a very interesting sort of passing from one people to the next. And the people who are actually going to work on this restoration are actually going to leave with this really amazing hands-on knowledge of the very materials that make up this landscape. Buluki are an interdisciplinary team. 3 of the founding members are actually graduates of ours from the University of Patras, from the School of Architecture. And should we?
I don't know.
And the work that they're doing is very, very important because they do very, very serious research into the building techniques that they will effect on. Oops, I can't control it. It's out of control. I can't. This is the wrong slide. Alessandro, I don't know what happened. This is the wrong slide.
What's happening?
It's the wrong slide. Oh, no. Okay, here we go. So yeah, they're traveling around Greece. They started from the northern Greece, but now they're doing a lot of work in the islands. And it's really important what they're doing because they're doing it through workshops and participatory exercises and conferences, and they really work with the community and all the stakeholders and the authorities as well. And this is another fantastic project that they did. It's called Under the Landscape. It's very close to the other overdeveloped touristic area of Greece. It's right across the volcano from Santorini. It's in Thirassia Island. The little village there is called Agrilia. And their project was basically to restore this central calderini, this central pathway, which is the spine of the small settlement. And so this is basically the main road, the main public space. It's also the water management system, and it's connected to 2 cisterns. So it's responsible for sort of, it's also the way that all the water from the area will go all the way down to the sea. And the workshops that they did with this project actually earned them the Europa Nostra Prize in 2024. And it was under the category of education, training, and skills. Because I want to go back to this notion that Mr. Tsoklis put to us, that it's very important to talk about the people. So the structures are very important to the people and for the people. And this is what they've done essentially, because this is very much about these people who thank God there's still people who can carry this knowledge. So these are people who have, the knowledge has been passed down to them through centuries of experience, and they are coming here to teach the people who are willing to learn, and to put all the time and the energy to learn old techniques rather than new techniques. And obviously all these old techniques are very time consuming. They have a very different notion of time. And of course to create really important new old infrastructure that will service the entire habitat. And of course, most of all, for the inhabitants of the place who will enjoy the fruits of this labor. Now, the conference that followed this project under the landscape was, the main goal was to sort of reintroduce the notion of landscape as the best place to sort of start different collaborations with all kinds of different partnerships that will help decisions evolve in the right direction. And so, just as Aureli says that Piranesi here with this scenografia does something very important, that he brings these three phases of the city, the destruction, the reconstruction, and I don't remember the other one, together in one moment. In the same way, a lot of initiatives that are patient enough to do very serious work are able to connect the land, the matter itself, which is why I have this, very much in the same way that Thomas was describing these fungi experiments. So it's important to understand the matter for what it is, the people for what they are and what they can be, and the processes. So it's these collaborations. So I think this is a very good way forward, but it requires a lot of patience. And if I may, just in closing, give an anecdote where supposedly there were conquistors in Latin America that had found out about this treasure that was buried very high up in Machu Picchu, and they were trying to find guides from the indigenous population to take them there to find the treasure of the Maya, just to go back to Robert Smithson again. And nobody wanted to go because it was supposedly a sort of cursed place. They finally found some guides who took them there, and at some point the guides stopped and they would not go forward. And they said, "What's the problem? Did you see something that was wrong?" And I said, no, there's nothing wrong. "Do you need more money?" "No, we don't need any more money, we're fine." I said, "Well, what's the problem? Why are you stopping?" He says, "Oh, it's nothing, it's just that we've been going too fast and we just need to wait for our souls to catch up." So I think, yeah, that's it from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alexander. That was enlightening. Now it's Ellie Pangalou's turn. Ellie is a landscape architect. She studied landscape architecture at the University of Edinburgh. She's a founding partner of H. Pangalou and Associates. She has 25 years of international design experience, exploring predominantly landscape design and placemaking. In her work, she emphasizes on the experiential immersion in the topos, the healing properties of landscape, the significance of outdoor living, and the identity of the diverse Mediterranean landscape in an ecologically sustainable design ethos driven by environmental clarity. Okay. The floor is yours.
Hello. I will start from where Alexandra Stratou ended, matter, people, and processes. And I would like to discuss with you these processes in creative, resilient, adaptive landscapes. Thank you. So, as we all know, climate change is here. And according to the United Nations Climate Action List, climate change is the long-term shifts in weather and temperature patterns. And definitely human activity is accelerating this process through different areas. And what we're experiencing are the impacts of this climate change in wildfires, flooding, sea level rise, etc. So we need to take into account all these parameters in order to start thinking and redesigning in a different way. More specifically, concerning Greece, and as we see here, Athens, it is one of the photographs that is published in Topos magazine under the title Heat, depicting several cities around the world and the heat effect. Climate conditions in Greece, and also all over the world, are changing and leads to a gradual increase in the atmospheric temperature. Thus, we have threatened landscapes as warmer and drier climates presents risk to urban and island regions. And as we can see here, we have the flooding in Thessaly in 2023, wildfires in the region of Attica in 2021 and this summer 2024. And the third picture is a picture from Attica, Athens, in June 2024, where we have all the dust, and it was sort of a doomsday feeling of that day. Moreover, the threatened landscape, but also threatened communities, derives from the catalytic role through the human behaviors as hypertourism, industrial pollution, and overpopulation in urban areas. The photo on the right-hand side shows the heat in Omonia Square in the center of Athens that reached at some point 80 degrees Celsius. So what can we do about? How can we start acting and design again as designers, architects, or landscape architects? What are the strategies, the policies that can be implemented? In the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals are clearly defined. I have chosen some that are related to architecture and landscape. And of course, that is good health and well-being, sustainable cities and communities, life below water, life on land, and of course, partnerships. Moreover, one of the fundamental, let's say, and crucial frameworks that we can use are comprehensive systems like sites for designing, developing, and managing sustainable and resilient landscapes, and LEED and BREEAM, for example, for architecture. Taking all this into consideration, we can start developing some, let's say, policies or strategies in relation to the climate adaptation. And by referring to climate adaptation is reducing carbon through urban forests, for example, and resilient landscapes, selecting a diversity of plants and enhancing biodiversity, using recycled or sustainably produced materials. Moreover, in the urban context, application of green roof systems or PV panels and smart systems in our cities. Crucially, water storage and reuse, as they did in the Kyklades for many, many years. And all this is with the aim of connecting us all together, bringing people closer to nature, but also develop a symbiotic relationship, as Thomas Doxiadis mentioned in today's proceedings. So one of the crucial elements is to enable these natural processes in order to shape the land and restore degraded parts of landscape. How can we do that? In these sketches, in this symbiotic relationship, we can see the different enhancement of biodiversity by applying, for example, some trees in agricultural lands, and the biodiversity enhancement as we are continuing with the trees and creating the upper climax, let's say, ecosystem that would be a forest. Creating these landscapes for all, creating landscapes for human, but also for animals and other species. And this means inclusion. I believe that one of the most interesting policies that came the last years is this new European Bauhaus that refers to inclusion, inclusive and freely accessible places, places for all, respecting and preserving local landscapes and creating sustainable spaces. Moreover, New European Bauhaus refers to aesthetics that is, as mentioned this morning, beauty. So beauty, sustainable together. How we can do that? As landscape designers, one of our palettes is the plants that we can use. So it's a combination of evergreen and deciduous trees and shrubs. These photos are referring mainly to Mediterranean ecosystems. Use native or adapted plants that have low maintenance and low water needs and can resist to high temperature. By doing that, we also need to take into consideration seasonality. As the last years we are experiencing this loss of different seasonal effects, and we're experiencing, at least in the Mediterranean, really long summers, sort of forgetting how spring or autumn is like. As mentioned before, water management strategy is crucial for resilient landscapes, and this is a strategy that it's really ancient and really old, as we have seen in the Aboriginal, these ducks that collect water, or in the Cycladic Islands collecting water through the rooftops. This is something that we need to respect and enhance the water cycle in an urban context as well by using permeable materials and reduce irrigation in order to produce green spaces. What we're discussing and what we can see as examples are urban forests. Urban forests are crucial not only for their added value in terms of nature reserve, but also in supporting local livelihoods, promote urban residents' connection, improve air quality, and mitigate the heat island effect. There is a project in Milan, Foresta 1000, that is pioneering the creation of urban woods. The whole idea is to increase the tree canopy cover by 5%, connect the green areas, and until today they have planted about 400,000 trees. This is something that we can look up for the urban context in Greece and also around Europe and the world. And taking over from the wildfires and from the urban forest, reforestation is also a tool that we can use apart from natural regeneration. What we can do in areas that have been burned for at least 3 times, thus natural regeneration, natural reforestation cannot work. And this is one of the projects that we were really honored to participate after the wildfires in 2021. A strip that leads to the mountain Parnitha was replanted. The whole idea was because in Greece we have mainly Pinus halepensis pine forests that are really flammable. and also really low in biodiversity. We have looked upon the flora of Mount Parnitha, what there used to be there 50 and 80 years ago, and we have introduced some of the same species that are native species, deciduous, so that this reforestation along the Erythraeus Road could act as an incubator, as a seed bank for the area next to it. What was really important was the involvement of the local community, and here are some photos from the actual planting works that happened in this area. Sorry, yes. So local community involvement is very important for all actions, because otherwise there is no meaning of doing anything if we cannot involve humans. So going into the more, let's say, endangered areas, these are the cities. Introducing green roofs are quite important, as we are introducing nature and wildlife back to cities. There is an international discourse now in relation to biophilic cities and how we can make these cities more resilient and friendly to all human beings. So green roof could be one of the measures of mitigating the heat island effect, but also reducing energy costs, improving microclimate, improving noise protection, and creating more open outdoor spaces. This is one of the projects that we did in 2010 in Athens. It is in Piraeus areas, in an industrial area. And the idea there was to create a green roof that could be self-sustained in the way that it wouldn't need irrigation. It would need just a little irrigation July and August, and we have used endemic species of grassic. That is something that we did again at the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Cultural Center that we'll see further on. What is really important with an anthropocentric but not only notion is healing landscapes. And we were very happy to participate in a project from the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Health Initiative, building 3 hospitals in Greece. Renzo Piano Building Workshop are the architects, and we are the landscape architects in this idea of having hospitals immersed in nature. The first hospital, the design is finalized. We've been through COVID, so the whole program has changed quite a few times. This is the first hospital in the northern part of Greece, in Komotini. One of the very interesting facts is that this whole idea of local community involvement is integrated and takes part not only in terms of designing and actually addressing the local community and have presentation, but there are actually people, mainly of Muslims, that are working actually in this project. And the whole idea is, because it is in an agricultural area, is introducing again a varied palette of forest, creating sort of a forest feeling that would produce shade, and also implement rather a bolder strategy for the whole area, since there is a hospital, to educate the local community and the farmers not to use pesticides and go into more organic practices. So, the second hospital is the pediatric hospital in Thessaloniki. Again, the whole idea is how we can address different landscapes, different scales for children, but also for patients, because as we were designing together with Renzo Piano this project, our medical consultants from Johns Hopkins told us that one of the most important factors in the healing process are the families of the patient, because these are the ones that have all the burden. So the idea of providing hospitals that are immersed in nature, where the families can stay around the patient for longer, actually proceeds and increases the heal process. Moreover, mental health. As I told you, we started before COVID and the program changed a few times. So we came up with healing gardens for the mental health patients. This is the hospital in Sparta. And I'm going back with the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Cultural Center that started in 2008 and was concluded in 2016. It is one of the first Mediterranean parks that's public open space. It has the Stavros Niarchos Park, the Greek National Opera, and the Greek Library. So the idea was bringing here on a hillside the different landscapes from, let's say, Greece, mainly I would say southern Greece, collecting seeds from around Attica in order to propagate the plants on the green roofs, and actually providing playgrounds that do not have any plastic. They have recycled materials and certified woods. And the water management policy there was really interesting because, as you can see in the third photo, there is this energy canopy that is full of PVP panels. We collect the water from the PV panels through these tubes of the canopy, and we re-energize the water aquifer in the northernmost and lowest part of the park. It is a platinum LEED certified building. And that brings us to another project that we started again with our PPW in 2010. This project was again a donation from Stavros Niarchos Foundation, delivered the design to the Greek state, but since then actually nothing happened. And we were lucky enough to have a very interesting discussion and guidance, I would say, from people that are here today. I would mention Mr. Kabarakis, Alessandro Villari, and Yannis Esopos, that actually sort of forced us creatively to rethink and revisit this study and making up to date. So although we have followed, sites at the time did not exist, we followed more or less the LEED principles using endemic plants, taking into consideration water management, having areas of natural regeneration. What we have seen by applying, the new and old New European Bauhaus principle, we revisited the whole plan. We have introduced new playgrounds, many more trees, about 50% more. So now we have about 4,000 trees in the area. Areas of natural regeneration, and I'm very happy because I had the chance after 12 years to revisit one of the designs and see that we are always evolving and that we can broaden our vision and our horizon and design again. So this is the planting strategy that is quite old and new. The idea is to look what was the Attica waterfront like, introduce, let's say, Pinus Pinea that we can find further down in Kavouri area or in Schinias, having grasslands, etc. So I'm very thankful for that. And last but not least, how we can act in relation to tourism. And I would like to mention here two projects. One is the Rooster in Antiparos Island. Interesting. It's a part of a retreat or a resort. The idea was to preserve and restore the existing landscape. That was quite difficult. There was an old building that is the main building of the hotel, and there are 16 houses that are scattered in the landscape. So use of local stone, use and restoration of the existing vegetation, let's say calamiers along the stream, or trees that can actually grow in a more protected environment. Of course, Pistacia lentiscus and other drought-tolerant species there. And then from Kyklades, I'm moving to Peloponnese, Man Hotel. That's a different story. It is actually a sanatorium built in the 30s, and now it's converted to a hotel. And there the idea was, again, respecting nature, preserving it, and what we did was, a small lake where we could collect water that was needed during summer, and we took advantage of the relief by the road, integrating some footpaths and making a nice walk-around feel and collect even foraging from the berries that you can find in the woods. So that's from me. Thank you very much.
Really, thank you very much. We'll take a small break, coffee break for half an hour, and we'll come back for our round table.
Okay. Thanks.
everybody. With this round table, we will conclude today's session. A quick reminder, we discussed the challenges, or the speakers presented their own views about challenges and opportunities related to resilient and sustainable design, how they have studied it and how they have reacted through their own work. Before I ask the speakers to give us their views, I wanted to say that what we heard today, I kept two notions. First of all, the notion of hybrid. We heard about that from Professor Jacob, and in his view is how architecture came to accept landscape. He started with the premise that the landscape was always the second in the background, reacting to architecture. That he told us that the new hybrid architecture could be a way to move, it's like the paradox of the landscape. And maybe this century's architecture has started accepting the fact that we have to work with nature and landscapes. And Mrs. Stratou gave us a different approach to hybrid, where is nature that accepts architecture. And we can expand on that and many more things. And from the other two speakers, what I retained was the notion of symbiotic relationships. They have a great knowledge. They showed us the great knowledge and research they have done in the landscaping and environments. And we have a lot to learn, it seems still. But it all depends on how we retain landscapes and we work with the notion of inclusion and work towards that for a better environment and a more sustainable architecture. So with this introduction, I want to give the microphone to our speakers to give us, with the hope that the conversation will move to how we see more actionable future in terms of a better environment and a more sustainable environment through architecture. So I'll pass it on to Thomas.
Sure. So I think the most interesting, well, one of the most interesting things I heard was actually from Mr. Tsoklis, wondering who will reconstruct the human, because it is in the end the humans are the agents of all the things that go wrong or right, at least from our perspective. And also the need for interdisciplinarity. We had this discussion with the director of the museum as we were going up. Again, she was saying that again, Mr. Tsoklis was thinking that a next symposium should be much more interdisciplinary, because the discussions, the issues are not anymore within the world of architecture, they're not within the world of landscape, they are about the way things are connected. And I think one of the main things I got out of today, and I imagine will come out of the next sessions, is the need for connections and I guess also transparency. I mean, what came out of one of the lessons from your presentation was the degree to which the information is not available or is not transparent, even though it exists. So.
I totally agree. It's all about the human and the human's perception. And I think that in terms of these hybrids that you mentioned, I think it's very important to see if we're looking at landscape in terms of an image or in terms of an experience, like Professor Jacob said. And I think that sort of what I was trying to say is that there is a differentiation between the way that we experience landscape when we interact with it as a working, as a productive landscape. So a lot of the things that I showed had a lot to do with how, by working the land, the architecture comes about through this interaction. And then there's the other mechanism that is at play at the same time, which is the sacrality, the sacred landscape, which should refer to an experience as the sacred groves were in the ancient times, and the way that Aborigines in Australia understand which also you mentioned, Thomas, the way that they understand their experience with the landscape and their interaction. So there's these mechanisms that call the land sacred, which are, the ones that I mentioned, the archaeology department and Natura, etc. And these platforms are fantastic tools. I mean, they are amazing interactive platforms that could have a lot of information in them and could help people work on any kind of project on any kind of scale through these platforms, and these need to be enriched. That is something that for the future will help a lot if these are enriched and completed. And that's the one thing. And then the other is in the micro scale, very, very close to what Thomas was talking about with the fungi and the kind of research that one can do at that micro scale, or like Boulouki were doing with the Theron land, the ASPA, the actual connective tissue in the architecture. I think that department can also be evolved a lot, so that it can help us use old knowledge or new knowledge in taking the time to create these new relationships the way they should be done. So no hurry. You want to say anything?
Yes, I would say that collaboration in equal terms, it's very important to proceed. It's there and we need to understand it, frameworks and policies in order to develop the right strategies to form these resilient, let's say, and sustainable communities. And first of all, involve the communities and have a creative dialogue, but with a vision. So I believe these three factors would lead us to what we would like to see in the future.
Okay. I think that today's discussion and presentations, which were all very interesting, made us realize that in the last decades, landscape has expanded to include the entire field of design, I would say. So what that means is that we have actually moved from the object, as a specific object, to the field. And the field includes many objects, but it also includes activities that happen in the field. It doesn't only have to do with the object. And this is the kind of complex condition of a field, as opposed to the more simple condition of an object, brings about issues such as inclusion, interaction, interdependence, even I would say layering. What was there before, what is there, and what has happened. So history, data, all these things somehow seem to make up the condition of the field, as opposed to the kind of more simplistic condition of an object. So architecture is no longer addressing just a single building, but it has to address the broader space in which it is part of. So I think this is a mental shift, is an intellectual shift that has happened, and it's a very crucial shift. And this is what we have to build on, I think, from now on.
And I would say that I usually, when I talk about my theory courses at the school of architecture in Patras, I refer to a quote that Robert Venturi had made many years ago when he was studying in Las Vegas. And he said, to be a revolutionary, an architect may only need to study the existing condition. And this is very interesting. I mean, so in a way, we can no longer produce from scratch. We can no longer produce from nothing. We are not the inventors of something by ourselves. We have to understand what is already there, and this understanding, and I would say this learning from, and this is what Venturi started in a way, this condition of learning from. This is a very important condition. So I think what we also are discussing today is this condition of learning from. We have to learn from what Tinos landscape is. We have to learn from how the builders built the buildings here before, how they built the dry walls, how the landscape was watered, which was the way to collect water when there was no irrigation. All these things, they have to be part of our understanding before we can go ahead and produce something new. So I think that the architect and the landscape architect is an intellectual who has to be more, I would say, it's a more difficult condition in a way, for sure, but it's a safer condition for the world. It's somebody who is somehow more, he has studied more, he has understood more, and then when he is asked, she or he is asked to produce a proposal that will be realized in space, then this is something that is for sure more thought out. And this learning from, I think, as I already mentioned, has to do with culture, has to understand culture, has to understand historical details, has to understand even scientific details. What is the type of land, what is the type of soil, what is the type of the stone that is used? I mean, will it stand for long, or is it something that will be, or has a short life and will be destroyed fast? So the architect, and when I mean the architect, I mean the designer. I'm not differentiating between the architect and landscape architect. I'm saying the designer has to be an intellectual who has to understand, has to learn from, and he has to be an intellectual who can produce something that is a product of studying and understanding of what the land, the culture, the data of where he wants to design, what are these data, and then he can come up with a new proposal. I think this is the interesting thing that is coming up. And then we may be hoping for a better future, I think. And maybe not all designers are able to do that, so maybe this knowledge has to be produced by different institutions and be disseminated. Maybe dissemination is also something that we have to do. We have to make people understand what is the context in which they are asked to design, and which are the things that, the elements that are important for them to take into consideration. And of course, every designer who is also an artist in a way can produce his own or her own poetic proposal, but this poetic proposal has also to take into consideration specific givens, I think. So I'll stop here. No?
Alessandro, do you want to say something, or shall I? Okay.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting to learning from. I wrote an article in a book. The name of the article was Learning from Jemal Fna. Jemal Fna is the big places in Marrakesh. Yes. This space is fascinating, and the space is empty, nothing inside, just people that move on inside the space, this place changed from day and night. It's very fantastic places for me. And I think for me it was important learning from Gemal Fina. So for this one, I think it's important to learn. You say from Tinos, yes, for Tinos landscape, it's very important. I love it. But we discuss, before we discuss with Gianluca, there is a very important questions, which is the carrying capacity of the landscape to have a relationship with architecture. How is possible to support the pressure of architecture on landscape? Because we are all around many objects, building. I don't call it architecture many times, and it's for me it's important how to maintain the balance with architecture and landscape. I think this is the very problem in this decades. The other question is, in this balance, how is possible to entry? One of, for me, important question is the community identity. Because I think it's important to understand with the architecture landscape, close to the architecture landscape, the identity. How to respond to this question is very important for me. I think it's important for this conference. This is possible.
I want to return to this condition of hybrid and symbiotic relationships because they are concepts that are very pregnant and they can lead us to some solutions, because there is, when I think of the presentations, for example, you mentioned tabulukia. Mm-hmm. Yeah? It's a medieval way of working. Which is very interesting. This is how knowledge was disseminated. We are in the 21st century. How do we learn from that, which is the anthropocentric way of moving information from people, person to person, or from generation to generation. And you move it now to the new means of production, the new way of moving information, which is an instant thing. You don't really need to rely on people so much, which is frightening. But we are going through that hybrid situation. And that's why, to me, that notion that was discussed was very important to maintain and to keep developing it. And then coming back to symbiotic relationships, that this is what makes it very interesting to keep working and developing ideas, not only as the architect, the hero, but people who are educated enough and they can move information around and make very interesting projects and dealing with very, very important problems, issues. I mean, we are in Tinos, but we are facing global issues. So it's not about paving only a path and reconstructing it, which is fantastic because we can hold on to some of our history and we can maintain that, but the earth is getting destroyed. We have to deal with fires, we have to deal with all sorts of phenomenon that as architects or designers we have to face. So, yeah, what is it that will make it for us go beyond the myth of the hero and start working together to deal with all the issues that we are facing? And one thing, as you said, community, for example, is how do we build community? These days, we understand community in a way that our children's generations do not understand community the same way. So how do we adjust to that? Their communities are virtual. So we need to think in their terms, because this is the world we will present to them, or we are presenting to them. So I want to go beyond the issues that we have been discussing so far and you know, see it from the lens of the future generations and how we present them, you know, what we have learned so far. Because we have to be thinking that they will be learning from us. So we have to be ahead of them in a way. No, seriously, they are not thinking in terms of physical communities. And yeah, how do you design for that?
I think that the identity of a community is formed on common beliefs and common topos. And even though they're virtual or something, they share the same beliefs. Therefore, and we need these vessels of life. So I believe that the idea is identifying these common beliefs and identifying the fact that we are living on this planet. We are creatures that need nature in order to survive. Landscape, it's not an image, it's not a utopia. We are part of that. So by understanding this and sort of, I wouldn't say, I can't find the right word, humiliating ourselves, but understanding ourselves as part of a cycle and not as the conqueror as we used to be. I think this is one of the principles that if we can share and agree upon, we can build these different types of communities.
I mean, agreeing 100% with Eli as well, but what comes to my mind, especially talking about what we bequeath to our kids, is what child psychologists say for kids, which is, look at what I do, not what I say. Kids are looking at what we're doing. They don't care what we're saying. So, you know, my personal concern is that we all realize the speed that the world is changing. We all realize the speed at which, for example, the climate crisis is progressing, but our ways of dealing with it are much slower. So, for example, I personally believe that humanity will nudge towards doing the right thing in terms of the climate crisis, but I think we will do it too late, and probably for that reason our current, the current state of humanity will come to an end. That's statistically what I think more probable. I don't wish it. So again, I'm thinking of Mr. Tsoklis, and it's interesting. We had a discussion this morning, should the conference be here or should it be somewhere else? But I think the magical small presence of Mr. Tsoklis, he kind of injected some very important, isotopes that, they're there and now they're going and they're changing everything. He mentioned the function of time and how he changed, and how every time he changed, his work had to change. And Eli said, they went back to the Faliero study 10 years later and realized, we know more, things need to change. How quickly can we change, guys? And what do we have to do for that change? That's my concern.
In terms of what you were saying, not so much about, it is very much about community, because I was going to talk a little bit about the role of the designer, the strange and very awkward role of the designer, because basically our role is to execute something which the scale of it is often something that we don't agree with. So we talk about all these things, we learn about all these things. A lot of very, very, very laborsome research goes into telling us. We were talking earlier about the study that was done in the 70s for the capacity, for the tourist capacity of Mykonos, which at the time, the highest number that they had put was 30,000, and now it's over 60,000, and we knew it in the 70s, and yet we don't learn our lesson at the end of the day. I mean, a lot of the infrastructure that was proposed in that very detailed study back in the 70s was implemented, but the most important thing, the most important part of the research study, which said that we cannot have any more than 3,000 beds, and now we have 60,000, that part was not implemented. Only the infrastructural part was complemented and was implemented. And this puts us designers in a very, very awkward position, because we are actually the ones who implement these decisions that very often come from the wrong place. So I'm really wondering, what is it that we can do once we've learned our lesson to actually have the power to give a solution towards that? That's my biggest concern, and it rings very close to your concern that we're too slow. And maybe actually we need, what I said earlier was that we need to go slower, and I still believe that, but it's two different kinds of slow here that we're talking about. I do believe in slowness, and it's a very important movement right now to slow down. But slowing down is what will actually stop the madness that is happening. And how can we, apart from the very practical lessons that we are learning and understanding the way that we need to proceed, there's another lesson to be learned, and that is how we can stand up for what we believe, and how our situation can become stronger so that we can have an effect on that.
This is part of the problem that architects have stopped talking to each other. I mean, in the 60s and 70s, they used to get together and debate and decide what were the real issues that they were working on. I think that now the market is moving so fast, it's very difficult to have a conversation that is at the theoretical level, brings a common ground, because each one has can have his own or her own ground and keep moving on that research until the market goes too fast for this kind of conversation, maybe. And that's why maybe you feel that we need to slow down and have this conversation before we move forward again. Yeah, Yanni, I don't know if you have something to add to. But before we open the floor, questions to the floor.
Okay, we'll open the floor, but I think what was also, for me, important, and it's coming out from our discussion, is that we need to disseminate our message. I mean, even the symposium as an act of getting together is an important step for disseminating the need for a new approach. So this is also something important, because dissemination will lead to a broader understanding, the need of clients and local communities and architects and designers to be to act in a way, to perform in a different way. So it's all a network of interrelationships, clients, communities that want to develop, islands that want to become richer. They look at Mykonos, that they sell the plot of land for many thousands of euros and say, why can't we be the same? So communities maybe want to develop, they want to have a better future in terms of economic wealth for their families and for their kids. But at the same time, I think we have to understand that this is a condition that cannot go ahead in this way, that in a way the process will destroy itself. It's a self-destructive process. So this is what we have to make clear. I think we're getting there slowly. I mean, I think that things are getting better, and let's work on that. Yeah.
Many thanks. Basically, I have a question, but I'll make a comment for the work first of Kostas Tsoklis. When we arrived in the morning, it seemed to me as we were entering a temple. And entering a temple is a sacred moment. And I think it was great because indeed what we are observing is very sacred. Kostas Tsoklis calls his work Deus, or what you feel when you see God. It's the fear and surprise and glory that you look at. And in our session, I understood that indeed he is revealing us a microcosm that we have not seen and we were not seeing, and which is a real part of our life and influences enormously, and we don't realize. So I just salute the artist, because it's even bigger, it's chaotic, and part of our world seems rather chaotic than rational and organized. But having said that, my question as policymaker, we are technocrats, we have to make decisions in Brussels. With such an audience, I want to ask you, okay, change, we all understand, and I'm more than convinced that we need to do. But what would you advise us now? What do you think is necessary to move forward? What is holding you back? Are the microcosm? Are the policies? Is the money? Who is holding us back from making those obvious changes? Eli Pangalu made a very nice comment today that she said she was happy to revisit a project that she had done 12 years ago. I don't hear that very often from my colleagues. When you ask them to change a note, they just make ugly faces. So can you give us a bit of that, your stomach, what holds you back and what could be useful for us to take with us from the symposium? I see already somebody who wants to speak. Thank you.
I think the most important impediment that I see, and it's something that Brussels is partly involved in, but I don't know how it can find a solution, is to bridge the gap between complexity and simplicity. When it comes to taking action, we have to reach a point of simplicity. But in order to reach that point, humanity has reached many points of taking action quickly without considering all the parameters to destructive effect. I'm wondering, there are two huge things happening now, changing everything. One is the climate crisis, the other is AI. AI might be a tool to go from complexity to simplicity in the sense of taking into consideration very much information and distilling it. I personally am a bit skeptical because, you know, who's writing the algorithms, who's deciding on the value system, etc. But I don't know how we as a society can go from complexity to simplicity. What I'm finding in my own life is that after a period of taking things in, of building, getting more and more complex, I'm now at an age where I'm starting to simplify. So, you know, out of all this mountain of information, values, thoughts, past projects, etc., really becoming wise about what is important, keeping that, and the rest, thank you. I'm grateful for you, but now it's these 3-4 things that need to go forward, and maybe for each of us to decide which fight we have to give. We can't all give all the fights. So, silver bullets, yes, and a polemic stance, because the reason I think architects are irrelevant today is not because we stopped talking to each other. We stopped talking to each other, I think, because we became irrelevant, and the reason we became irrelevant is because we stopped being polemical. I mean, we stopped being the designers who imagine a future, and we became those who imagine a form. And I don't think humanity, I don't think the universe is so interested in form. You know, it's interested in other things. So, you know, form is our tool, but it's our tool to achieve goals. If form becomes self-sufficient and self-referential, then of course you lose everyone else. You can kind of, you know, keep talking to yourself.
So thank you. I wanted to ask you a question. I heard everything, and I sort of understand that what we all saying is that we made strides. We went from somewhere that were hybrid and somewhere that is better than before. But there is issues, there are problems, and we have managed to convince a great grasp of reality, or what we perceive is reality, in academic field, in professional field, even in policy-making field, because you are more or less convinced. You need some work, but you know, we're getting there with you. And the question is, what next, and how do we expand our vision, our knowledge to the people? My experience is that people work towards only what they really believe they need. For example, at some point they needed to travel fast for business, and the airline industry was created. Lately, Greeks want to see football. Everybody among us is paying for football fields, free football fields to be erected. But people do not need, or do not perceive they need, what we're talking about. So my question to the professionals and to the academics among you, what we can do to convince the people so that we have the people with us in our journey.
If there is anybody who wants to try, I will try to.
I think that's a great point, and a great. I think that a lot of these needs, and some of those that you mentioned, are kind of invented. They're sold to globally. They're sold to everybody, and maybe that is a mechanism. Maybe we can sell the need for what I mentioned, slowness, or like you said, Yanis, that we have learned so much, and maybe we can sell that narrative, and we are doing it. And I think that Yanis's optimism is interesting in that, because we have come steps forward, but maybe we need to be more polemic about it, and to actually understand one of our obligations to actually create this need the way we understand it. So it's a completely different need than the sort of overworking of the land for tourism. Because we think that the land is not productive at this point because it's not giving us fruit, but it actually is very productive because it's working very hard to satisfy tourism, very, very hard, and we can see the tolls that it takes. So we need to sell the alternative, and we need to sell it really hard so that it actually resonates with the people and they start to demand it, which is pretty much what you were saying, I think.
Yeah, and I'm a big believer to success following the paradigm, like going case by case. There is not a panacea, you know. You cannot have the same solution for everything. You have to go case by case and work on that and convince people that it's working and do it's a problem solving. I don't think that you can take, you know, like one motto and say, this is how I'm going to work and this is going to work. For us professionals, you learn something new from every job and you learn how to solve problems as it goes. You face them every day. Yes, and you have to be able to recognize what the main issues are and have your silver bullets. I think
yes. Yes, I would say promote, like from the 70s, fast food to slow food and well-being. I think that's key. From fast food and the golden arcs to slow food and, I don't know, Mediterranean diet. And I'm saying that not in fear, but with the optimism that this is the way to go forward in a real well-being. Well-being not in terms of, you know, going to the gym and consume, but well-being mentally healthy.
I think that in the academic field, for example, in our department at the University of Patras, there is a course called Sustainable Design. It wasn't there 10 years ago. It was introduced, I think, 5 years ago. 2 years ago, we introduced 2 courses that are called Sustainability and Environment for the first-year students in the first semester and the second, 2 years ago. I'm sure that the same thing happens in other departments. We know that there are master courses in European universities that are called Sustainable Design. They were not there 10 years ago. They're new. So in a way, the academy, the universities are somehow approaching the problem and trying to educate the students. They're trying to educate the students with the new conditions that are somehow relevant now, and they were not. We hadn't understood the relevancy a few years ago. So I think. So I think the university, the academic world is responding and will keep responding. At the same time, the state, in every major project there is μελέτη περιβαλλοντικών επιπτώσεων. There's a study for environmental impacts. Is it solving a problem? To a certain degree, I would say. It's not really 100% the best thing. Now the state is considering establishing maximum number of buildings on islands. There are new new plans, ειδικά πολυδομικά σχέδια, new plans for many locations around the country. And they will tackle the issue. They have to tackle, we'll see how, they have to tackle the issue of expansion of the different villages, because the problem that we saw in Mykonos is that in a way the villages that made up the island, so the village was separate from the field, from the countryside.
And now Mykonos has become an entire urbanization. There's no separation between village and countryside, and this is a huge problem. It's a continuous entity of the built. It's like a plankton of structures. I mean, it's like Athens, but at a smaller scale. There's no big difference. So the plans that are underway, they will also have to tackle the separation between villages, settlements, and countryside to protect the character and physiognomy of the islands. We'll see if they will be successful. So I think there are many things that are happening which proves that there is a pressure on different levels, the academic, the policy making, to react. And I think we're here to see how things go. I think it's a dynamic condition. It's not something that we can, it's not something that we can really come up with a safe understanding yet. So we have to keep going, no?
In a way, to go back to the term, the new Bauhaus. Oh, there is one more.
Can I just say goodbye in the meantime?
Yeah.
I'd like to thank everyone and wish everyone a fantastic continuation of the symposium. And thank you for having me here.
Yeah.
Okay, I just keep thinking that for like 20 minutes now, hearing all of this beautiful discussion, I think landscape and architecture is a deep social issue. And coming to Tinos Island, I saw this deserted agricultural land. And all of these structures, the terraces, were kind of being there to retain agriculture. And now the agriculture does not exist. So should we have back agriculture? No, we can't do that. So it's a massive land use change that is happening in the Greek Isles. So we have only one land use now, it's tourism. And to be honest, it's just one-way tourism. It's a massive tourism, the conventional type of tourism. So what is happening to the landscape and architecture in Tinos Island, for example, with groups like us? How can we offer ourselves to the landscape? How will the landscape involve and professionals? And to be honest, I think definitely in Greece we are lacking participatory design in the large, in the medium, and in the small scale. Because landscape architects and academia, they don't have that part of people being involved. And it's just a question, and I think I will say more tomorrow on that. We need to have more people in our groups and in our symposiums, and we need to have, Ellie talked about community. We need to have community, and we need to hear their needs, because we are servers of community. Thank you.
Yeah, first of all, I would just like to thank all of you for coming here today and sharing your knowledge and experiences with all of us. I think it's just another testament to the architecture community getting more sensitized to the importance of having a good sustainable relationship between the built environment and the landscape. It was mentioned earlier that the academic community is starting to respond to the importance of creating new generations that understand the importance of environmental impacts, and that there has been movement to that, there's no doubt. But my question is kind of similar to one of the previous ones, but from a different perspective. I believe that there's no doubt that architects are beginning to realize the importance of sustainability and the relationship between landscape and buildings and traditional architecture. However, I think that the everyday man, and when I talk about the everyday man, I mean the people that are outside of the architecture community and the people that are commissioning the projects and the RFPs or RFQs, the ones that are giving the budgets for the projects, they haven't quite understood that yet because it isn't within their priorities, and it's totally understandable. But how can we, as architects or aspiring architects, sensitize the people that are in charge of creating the projects and their limitations? Thank you.
Well, that I will refer back to Ellie when she talked about collaboration. Yes, as architects, we do want to believe that we drive the projects, and we need to keep our standing firm. Democracy comes up to a certain point, and we need to work all together. But at some point, someone has to make the big decision. But definitely involving all the people from the beginning of the project and knowing where you stand is a very important process to follow, so that everybody is in the same line of thinking of how things get done. If you are talking, if I understood correctly, you are talking about the team that produces the project, no? And putting them all in line. So
that was a tough one because to have a good project means that you have a good client, and it all comes to the vision. So I think sharing a common vision is, and try to establish a good relation with your client in order to develop a brief together and shift the importance from, the meta-capitalism to a more, let's say, sustainable vision. I think that's the key.
I kind of would like to sum up things that were put into questions by both of you and also by Viron Kabarakis. I think it's very much about roles. We discussed earlier, that the role of the designer is very awkward because they need to execute things that they believe are in a scale, essentially that is beyond what should be implemented. And I think that legislators or people in the European Union, etc., and all of these bodies are kind of in the same boat. We all want to do things right, and we have to sort of stand between the client or the investor and what we think is right. And it's a very, very awkward position. And you mentioned the everyday man. And who is the everyday man? The person who is not in charge of taking decisions, but they are, of course, because somehow they are the client, the investor, etc., etc. So one thing that we can do is really advertise, create that need that you mentioned earlier, like to really advertise that need, that it's a very important need to have things in balance. And also, what you said earlier about the landscape, that it's being idle and it's being destroyed by its idleness because the terraces were built and it was being a productive landscape, an agricultural landscape, and now it's only for tourism. We either have to create, what I tried to say in my presentation was that you have either productive landscape or sacred landscape. So sacred landscape has its own mechanisms of sort of being preserved in a certain way. And then the rest of the landscape needs to somehow find a role. And if that role can sort of upset the balance between tourism and other things, because so far any kind of industry in places like Greece where you only have a small scale, it at the end ends up serving tourism. So if we find a way to make the land productive again, And maybe, I mean, I think that wineries here in Tinos are a very positive development. They're small, they're businesses that put the land into use, and they put the land into use in a very niche environment that works really well. And you know, I mean, they're very expensive wines, but still, you know, they work. People work on the land is being kept. It is an industry that can work with tourism, but it's not exactly tourism. So I think that these kinds of small initiatives can start, you know, culture, small businesses like the wineries, all of these things, but things that can work with the scale of such landscapes, like the Greek islands, for instance.
Which is something that is happening.
It's happening, but in a very, yeah.
We have enough? Okay. I think we could, we are ending with a good note about Tinos and ecotourism and some future developments at a smaller scale. Maybe it is more helpful to jumpstart. So we'll meet tomorrow again here at 9:30. Yes, to start the second day sessions. Thank you very much all for coming, and for those who